Hello there. um, there's a few enough people here we can actually do this. Hi there, Helen Croft, Poor Dizo. I'm Ian C. Dutch Black Cat, Felix 20 on that. Felix 20. Fan bag done. Okay, next time I'm at the post office. Killers 993, Fuzzball Fury, H Frox, Spies of Mud, You're Keith, Just, Tillwolf, J Metal. Hello everyone. I can't sleep. The stupid CD nonsense keeps coming for me. So we're doing it. We're doing a CD ripping stream, all right? I didn't want to do this yet, but we're doing it. So there's going to be two parts to this. One of the big parts is going to be testing Aru, A-A-R-U, all right? I should almost make an Aru command, maybe. I don't know. No one's going to know how to spell it, so it won't matter. But that's one thing we'll be doing. The other thing is that we're going to be testing my CD ripping script because yeah, there's parts of that are interesting. You can just put the command into the title, I guess. Yeah, I guess I can do that. Let me work on that for a little bit here. Let's see. I'm making it so I can see the chat here. So let me find Aru here. All right, it's on GitHub. Aru. Okay. There we are. Copied now to Nightbot. Oh, not that tab. We're gonna need that tab in a moment. All right. Hello, Grisgorn. Hello, Redshift, and Hardly Wogan, and Tay Consuelas. Yeah. So we have multiple aspects of this we're gonna have to be covering. I tested this disk drive. This one will actually work, so that's really nice. So far, I think 4 out of 5 drives I've tested are usable, and actually the one that's in the HPZ820 is one of the ones that isn't, if I remember right. It's kind of weird. Yeah. Definitely did not put a word in that conflicts with the moderation tool. Yeah, CD rip is such a pain. It is an absolute nightmare. complete and utter nightmare, CD ripping. From start to finish, it is the worst thing in existence. Yeah, that's pretty much all I got. Okay. CD ripping is a pain. Aru 4. Let's see. There. I'm going to try this. Because we're going to be looking at 2 different disc ripping tools, and I'm updating the title with both of them. So, yeah, okay. So, there's so much nonsense going on here. So, first off, I said I wasn't going to do this stream until I found my test discs. I didn't find my test discs. However, I did find one that was specific to one of the features that I have. It's the only one that I have like that. So I did find that disc, and with that and the multi-index disc, I was able to make a new set of test discs, and I'm not letting this one out of my sight now. So this is the official set of test media we will be using to go through here. So yeah, you put 6 drives in an old system for an auto ripper. Yep. We might get to that. It depends on how it goes. So, first I want to go through, do you have those video embedded into, do you have one of those video embedded into an audio CD? So there's 3 formats for that. 2 formats. Yes and no. I do not have any proper CD video discs. That is the term for that were like really popular in Japan. No, I don't have any of those. That is another one of those things that I need. But if I remember correctly, those are basically just ISO 9660 file systems with like MPEG-2 files on them. So I don't think that they're that weird. I do have DivX discs. Those are DVDs. They're not included in this. The problem is that DivX hasn't been decrypted yet. So even if you can rip the disc, there's nothing you can do with the files. So I haven't really messed with that yet. So yeah. Yeah, Yin, aka Ethan, look up video CD video, okay? That's what it is. Video CD, if I'm remembering correctly, is the Laserdisc standard. There's 2 of them. And Memorex/Philips is responsible for the naming of the other one. Techmoan actually did a bit of a video on that, and I've been meaning to do a video on it as well, because there's a kind of interesting duology. He did a video specifically about CD video stuff that was in Europe that he personally saw, and there's actually a bit of it here as well, and I have a player that is specifically branded for CD video discs, which is kind of interesting. So yeah, I kind of want to do a video about that at some point, and I have some different media that he wasn't able to demonstrate that's kind of interesting. I have a single-sided CD video disc that is made on a single sheet of polycarbonate in the exact same way that a CD is. It is stamped, not the sandwiched material, so it's got an aluminized side. Pretty interesting. See, is it just me or is video very desynced? Oh, you know what? Let me go turn on the fan. We haven't started dropping any frames yet, but that would help. For the desynced video, though, try refreshing the page. Do a full Control F5 refresh. That will clear your cache and everything. That'll force it to reload the video and audio streams. Okay. Router's gonna cool. Okay. Not just you. Or pause, unpause, possibly. I don't know. I get real superstitious about stuff. So, let's see. CDI video. CDI video is different, Tillwolf. I believe that is Green Book. And no, I don't have any of those either. Because that is specific to a single system, I consider that kind of like a PlayStation disc, where it's a little weird, which I actually do have a couple of PlayStation discs in here, which we'll take a look at. But that's less important because it's not as likely to show up, and there's a very limited number of those, and I bet by now they've probably all been archived. At least all the commercial releases. So let's see. You managed to rip it. Took a long time to figure it out. Yeah, see? So it is possible. I don't know if that's something Aru will support. But all right, let's do this. I'm going to go through all of the media I have here and explain why each individual disk is in here, so that you can understand what the different edge cases are and why this is such a nightmare. I have a couple of other edge cases maybe off to the side that I haven't actually taken a look at that I'm hoping I have examples of, but I don't know yet for sure. Someone posted on the GitHub repository, Manjenko Tech, I don't know if they're here, about something they encountered, which I'm not sure if I have an example of, but we'll see. So let me get all of this out, and then we will start going through these one by one to see exactly what they are. So yeah, the color books, Spies of Mud, I'm probably going to go through a lot of the color books in a moment for this. So yeah, anyone who doesn't know about the color books is probably going to learn a lot about them right here. So okay, let's do this. Starting with this one. Actually, you know what? I didn't set aside a normal example, so we'll go with that. All right. So, we're going to work here. Let's see. Felix, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for the second month in a row. See, if you're not above a little tinkering, I could recommend Streamlink. Allows you to take Twitch video among... Yeah, Streamlink is pretty good. I have used that. It actually, in my experience, is less resource intensive to the system as well. For some reason, at least for me, running a stream is actually really bad, especially on a 4K display. It hits the computer hard. And Perdizo redeemed banned Python calculator. This is an above average likelihood stream for me to use that, so that you have a pretty good chance that I could potentially mess that up, or am going to need to do calculations. So yeah. Plus Streamlink, Twitch UI, I don't know. The only thing about Streamlink I'm not sure about is if you get chat point credit. So do you have CDDA Plus or Enhanced CD to test? Yin, yes and no, and we'll go over that because it's a whole thing. Okay, first off, let's start going through this. So we have 2 CDs here. These are considered Redbook audio CDs. We're gonna have to really fly through this because I got a bunch of stuff here that we need to cover. So these are considered Redbook audio CDs. I have some notes in these, so you'll get some spoilers before I get to this if you pay really close attention. Felix, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, so this is what would be considered a normal Redbook audio CD. This is CDDA. There are tracks on the disc that are in the CD audio format, and this is what CDs were meant to be. Now, this disc is also a CDDA disc, and there's nothing weird about the data that is on it, except, as you can see here, this has what is known as a track 0 pre-gap hidden track. What that means is if you put this disc into a normal CD player, hit play, and then hit rewind, you would find sound before track 0 on the disc. So this is actually a good test disc for drives to read outside of the table of contents, because not all of them can, and reading that extra hidden track in a computer is actually kind of tricky because it's not normally accessible. So that's what that one is. So browsers tend to load a ton of stuff, extra CRUD just for playing a stream. Offloading GPU can be entirely hit and miss. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at another example you guys are probably familiar with. This is a CD-ROM period. This is what is known as Yellow Book, which is part of why I went with the Dreamcast disc here. Not Dreamcast, Crazy Taxi. I'm just used to playing this on Dreamcast. I've never actually tried the PC port. But this is a Yellow Book CD. I forget what the actual version of it. It might be just CD-ROM XA. But there's like mode 1, form 1, and mode 2, form 1, mode 2, form 2, that kind of weird stuff. I don't remember exactly which one this is, but I think it's an earlier one, so it's a much more standardized disc. So This is a standard CD audio or CD data disc. This is a mixed mode disc. This has track 0 as the data track, which would be the same thing as the whole contents of this disc, but this also has CD audio on it, and you can kind of see the difference on the pits there, the way that the data is encoded. There is a change. So part of this disc is data and part of it is audio, but this was really poorly supported and caused a lot of issues if you tried to play this as an audio CD, because track 0 would end up playing as audio in a CD player, which is a problem. It would not sound good. So this came out. This disc is Blue Book. This is a multi-session CD audio and then CD-ROM contents disc. So this disc is actually split content-wise, and there's even a visible distinction where the two sessions are. You can see if I get the light just right there. Maybe if I wipe it off, that'll help. Yep, you can see the split. So part of it is actual CD audio, and the other part is a data disc. When you put this into a computer, you first see the data portion, the data session, show up, and then you also see the CD audio session. So it's kind of weird the way this works. Now, this was originally called an enhanced CD, or yeah, that was basically the term. However, that's not always accurate. This is Dragon Force Inhuman Rampage, and this disc has a label right here that claims to be an enhanced CD, but it's not. This is not a Blue Book disc, because for bonus content, they included a DVD that has extra goodies on it. So there actually isn't an ISO 9660 file system on that disc. Anything extra is on that DVD. What this is a CD text CD. So this is just Redbook audio, but in the sub-channel data, there is CD text. Now, it's actually pretty easy to rip discs like that. That's not a problem, but storing the subcode data in the sub-channels for the CD text as subcode instead of encoding it into like ID3 tags or saving it as the table of contents or a cue sheet is a different problem. Okay, I'll take a break here for a moment. Nifty Wifty, hello, since it's your first time chatting. Oh man, yeah, I do have the ungodly 400 track disc. we haven't got to that one yet, but there's more to go through. So speaking of subcode data, we have this. This is a CD plus G karaoke disc. So like was being asked about earlier, this actually has graphics stored in the subcode, and this isn't technically its own rainbow book, so there isn't like a color associated with this. It's just a extra feature that's been added on. But when you play this in a karaoke player, you will actually see graphics display over a video signal, and these are monochrome graphics usually, and they're not extremely fancy, but they'll usually have lyrics that you can use to sing with. So that's how the graphics capability was used in these. But yes, this is another type of disc that has data in the subcode. So let's see, is the majority of the class still with us? Yeah, really. Harley Wogan, Akaba Karaoke? No, I don't think so. CD Text was a missed opportunity with the entire music industry? Yes, it was. Orange Book. So Orange Book is a CDR. Now the thing about CDRs is that they could also be a multi-session disc, and the way this would be done is by allowing you to add more data to a disk by creating a new session. Now this disk has not been written to. This is actually an unused disk, and it's pretty scratched up, so I wouldn't write to it because I'd left it out just as an example, because it's a CDR that is orange. It's too good of an opportunity to pass up on for visual representation, but this is what a orange disk is. It is a CDR. So yeah, these can contain all manner of things, but usually you're going to be looking for multiple sessions with ISO 9660 file systems, but they can also interreference each other, which is a different kind of pain. Next, we have a PlayStation disc. Now, there are two kinds of PlayStation discs, basically. RW, it's its own color. I am not sure. Possibly, but I don't think so. So this is Ridge Racer for the PS1, and this is actually the same as Revolt. This is a mixed mode disc that has a data track and CD audio tracks. But on PlayStation discs, these CD audio tracks are known as what's called byte swapped, and they don't play right in your average CD player. You actually have to change the endianness of the audio tracks for it to make sense. So that is another thing that you have to pay attention to. Okay, speaking of audio tracks, this is a copy of Jackie Chan Super Cop, which I bought because it has Devo covering Nine Inch Nails' Head Like a Hole, which is just hilarious. But anyway, the main thing about this disc is that it actually has a CD-DB disc ID collision. When you try and rip this disc with CD-DB information, you are presented with two options because the track indices actually all line up with another disc. So yeah, that's an example of a super duper edge case where you can have a two discs that show up as the exact same thing. So there's that. Then we have the rarest disc here by far. This is a disc with, it says there's 99 tracks, but it's, yeah, it actually says 99 fully indexed tracks, which is really interesting. There isn't a proper list of what's in here. This just says 99 tracks in this style, but each one of these tracks has an index associated with it. There are multiple indexes in there. So, indexes are kind of weird. This disc here with the hidden pre-gap track has an index 0 and an index 1 for the first track that says this is where it starts and this is where it ends. This disc has many indexes per track to segment each of the 99 tracks that are in here into different samples for audio CDs, for sampling with a music device. So this is actually one of the weirdest tracks because almost no media players or software or anything supports ripping to multiple track indices. I actually had to write my own script. They use a CD Paranoia to do that. So that is a whole other thing. Then we have DVDs because I'm for some reason punishing myself by supporting DVDs, except not always. PlayStation 2 games are the only reason that DVDs are in there. Shouldn't a Q file work? You would think you're a Keith, but you cannot convert a Q file. You can't get a Q file that has all of the separate track indices. There is no software that normally supports it. So, Purple Book. I don't know if I have a Purple Book. I'm not even sure what it is. Let's see. Cartridge DVD RAM. Yeah, really. Some radio demo discs would use indexes for the song intro versus radio cut version. Ooh, that is cool. I'm going to have to see if I can find one of those. Anyway, PlayStation 2. This is a CD. This is a DVD. There are ways to visually distinguish these. CDs look like that. DVDs look like that on PlayStation 2 games. But the thing is if you're just blindly ripping your PlayStation 2 games, you don't really know which ones you're going to get before you open the box and look at it. So I added DVD support to the CD ripping script that I wrote specifically for these. But the thing is, they don't always show up the same way. So I've been using BLKID to check if there is a DVD in the drive, and they show up as UDF, which that's what they should. UDF is the file system structure for DVDs. But this thing's kind of messed me up. So PC DVD copy of The Godfather. It's one disc, you know, it's a DVD, yada yada. this shows up as BLK UDF, and it rips as an ISO 9960 file system, which really weirds me out. But that's not even the weirdest part. One of the things we're going to test today, maybe not that one. Let's try Windows Vista first. So here's a copy of Windows Vista. It's on a DVD, and this is the first thing I'm going to put into my computer over here, because this might actually show up as ISO 9660 as the file system, even though it's a DVD, and I want to find out. See, I played this game. It's good. The Godfather is really good, and shockingly, it'll run on an Intel Atom netbook very, very well. It is a highly optimized game for some reason. Purple book equal double density compact disc. Oh yeah, that wasn't super common. But okay, I have a suspicion. I know why this disk will end up being a ISO 9660 file system. And I bet it will. So let's see here. Laptop capture. Okay, we're gonna run CD info. Boom. And DVD. Oh yeah, that's right. CD info for some reason does this, which is just dumb. And where is it? What was that thing that popped up? Why is there? What? What is that green square? I've never seen that before. Okay, is Linux getting a Vista virus? What's the deal? Well, anyway, BLK ID grep. I think we can just do SR0. Okay, that shows up as UDF. Seriously? Oh my gosh, that is weird. Is it because it's green? Wait. What? Red. What? Why is that a thing? So if I enter, wait, is red a command? Oh, okay, hold on. Dead beef. Actually, no, that's too many. Oh, it doesn't. That one should show up as a color. What? Violet. Will that? I don't even have to hit enter. What is this nonsense? Why? Why? Why is this a thing that exists? That is so stupid. I also like how I've never noticed that before. CD analytics, CD analysis report says ISO 9660. Yeah, where is it? DVD ROM. CD analysis report. Well, hold on here. It says UDF. That's the thing. So somebody here. Let me go over to this. Not this. So we're gonna go back to my C ripping script here. Manjenko Tech actually has a DVD that has an ISO 9660 file system on it. You can see this here. That is at level 3, which means it can hold files over 2 gigabytes, which is a thing that exists for 9660 for some reason. Yeah, it's just weird. What command is the color square? I didn't run a command, Felix. It just shows up when I hover over it. It's super weird. But anyway, this is a DVD that shows up as having an ISO 9660 file system. I had them run BLKID, and it shows here, if I can get this to scroll for me, ISO 9660 on a DVD, which is really weird. So... David, I'm really not looking to mess around with the color stuff. So your DVD does it. Yeah, it's well, no, it should report 9660 there. That's the thing. I don't care what it shows up there. That's whatever. That's nothing. I'm not worried about that. I wanted it to say 9660 here. I had speculated that this one does because it was bootable. Thinking that maybe it reports as 9660 to get around booting a UDF file system on earlier systems, because that was a Windows XP era disk. So it's, yeah, it's weird. So I used to burn ISO 9660 DVDs on WinXP. I think it was the default Nero. Well, that's the other interesting thing about this. If you look at the CD info, that was burned in Nero. Even though this is, I believe, a driver disk or something, a bootable disk for an OEM system. So, yeah, what does the first ISO 9660 mean then? Where is it? Where you guys saw it up here somewhere. ISO 9660, yeah, right there. So that's where you're seeing it. I don't know why. Disk mode is listed as DVD-ROM, okay. Then CD-ROM track list, so it's almost like it's a weird nonsense, I don't know. All right, fine, David. There you go. It's blue. So thank you for the 500 bits. And Flare Spire, thank you for the Prime sub and for 5 months. So, all right. Yeah, that shows up differently than it does, I believe, over here. Yeah, CD-ROM track list, and then it ISO 9660 level 3. This is just ISO 9660. It's so weird the way that apparently DVDs are written. But I wanted to check something else. So real quick here, we're going to go back to the camera stuff, and I'm going to take out Windows Vista, which I guess shows up as UDF, but has an ISO 9660 file system on it. I'm going to put in Rush Beyond the Lighted Stage, which is a documentary video disc, and this should be a full-on UDF file system with MPEG-2 files on it. So I'm curious what this shows up as. Could be some kind of mixed mode DVD. So the thing is that there is a ISO 9660 bridge in DVD, from what I understood. See, maybe it says ISO 9660, so the BIOS can boot from it. That's exactly what I was thinking, Helen Croft. But this doesn't show up as ISO 9660 with BLKID like this one that was burnt with Nero does. That's the thing that really confuses me. So I was hoping I had a disc that was like that. Somewhere, I think I have a Toshiba driver disc, which they said also shows up like that, but I could not find it before the stream started. So unfortunately, I'm not sure. CD info, DVD. This is an actual DVD, and it shows up as 9660. That's super weird. All right, what does BLKID show? UDF. Okay, that's really weird. A bit late due to playing Halo 5. Now I've finished my exams in college. That's no problem, Jout. But also, hello. Oh, HTML editing. That is a weird feature, Halcoon. Huh. Oh, Hype Train. Okay. Cobalt Heart Music. Thank you for the Prime sub. Okay, so looks like a... Oh, I didn't bring it back here. A DVD shows up as ISO 9660, not level 3, but then it also shows up as UDF. So there's that. This is really weird. I have one more DVD I want to try. This is an OEM install disc for Windows 7. I want to see what that looks like for giggles. It's probably going to be the exact same as Vista, but might as well find out. Jarvis, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for the 3rd month. Let's see. Hello, Cobalt Heart Music, since it's your first time chatting. Greetings from Cobalt Retrotech. Ah, cool. See, isn't it only showing ISO 9660 label of a DVD? I don't fully know. It's so weird. BLK ID and UDF. Okay, is that a bug? How did a bug get in here? Weird. All right, so, oh man, I'm following your progress with my You Don't Know Jack 2 disc. BLK ID shows it's 9660. Well, that's not a DVD, is it? Oh, hold on. Bug down. Windows 7's trying to get away. I wish I knew where my Toshiba recovery disk is. Unfortunately, it's one of those things where moving completely messed up my organization. From Wikipedia, UDF shares basic volume descriptor format with ISO 9660. UDF bridge format is fine since 1.5, so the disk can also will contain an IFO 9660 file system makes referencing files, system making references to files in the UDF part. Yeah, see, it says CD-ROM, but this disk is cursed. What do you... But it is... You Don't Know Jack 2 is pretty old. That's definitely a CD. I doubt that's a DVD. So, okay. The thing is... Alright. We have a DVD that should contain a UDF file system. It may contain an ISO 9660 bridge, which I assume is something like the static addressing that you can do on Orange Book disks, where you have multiple sessions that refer to data in previous sessions. That's part of why ripping ISOs is a bad idea, because you might get weird incomplete ones or referencing, cross-referencing stuff. It's a whole nonsense thing. But the UDF bridge might be an ISO 9660 file system that is super tiny, that just has pointers that reference to the data in the UDF file system. That's what I suspect the ISO 9660 bridge is. This disk that Manjanko Tech has just reports as ISO 9660 straight up. And I really, based on how Nero burnt the disk here, I'm guessing that it just is that. I don't know. You know what's stupid? I have Nero here. We could burn a disk, but I don't think I have any Blink media here. It's all at home because I didn't think to bring that. I think I understand less now than I did 20 minutes ago. I'm a cat. That is the problem every single time I try and do this. There are so many rabbit holes that you can go down. It's ridiculous. So the thing is, the only reason I bring all this up is because my script for ripping the discs would look at the type here, and it would see UDF for DVD, ISO 9660 for CDs. That's how it should show up. But this is a DVD that shows up as ISO 9660. It's like there is no UDF partition on it at all. And this is not a like homemade DVD-R. So that's the thing. It might have been a DVD-R that was then glass mastered for mass production. I could definitely see that if it's just a driver disc, but I don't know. I went down this rabbit hole 2 years ago and have not recovered. That's about how long I've been doing it too. It's ridiculous. There's always a random problem to pop up at the most inconvenient times. Yeah, this is the thing. This is why every single time the CD ripping stuff gets brought up, it just completely derails me into whatever I'm working on. Just like, why can't I solve this? And the answer is always because CDs are the worst thing that's ever existed. They're awful. So, yeah. Anyway, there you guys now have a rough idea of what we're up against as far as disc ripping. So, I'm doubting a lot of images of discs I have now. Torch Nova, that is the #1 thing I want you to come away with, is that however you've ripped discs, it's not enough. That's the thing. Let's start out. I want to test Aru, all right? So Aru is, if we go, actually, I'm just going to do this. Aru here, all right? So this is what I want to go to. Because optical media is made by appliance people, not computer people. Not quite. The problem is that it was both too extendable, and I don't even need to click the link, Helen Croft, and know which one that's going to. That's standards, isn't it? I don't have the number memorized, but it just is. The problem is it was too easy to add new features. So, like, one of the things Blue Book discs that are audio CDs frequently have going on here. All right, we'll pop this in here. Actually, this takes forever to rip too. It's really a pain. Yep, knew it was standards. I won't be surprised if Linux will be able to read this disk. So let's just see. Just like when you go to the dentist, no matter how you flash the teeth, you're doing it wrong, pretty much. All right, come on, show me the data partition. Come on. Oh, while I'm waiting, I'm gonna close these. Oh, seriously, just bring it up already. Did it? There it is. Okay, so, what is that? What is this DVD thing it's showing? Maybe that's... I'm going to assume that that's not something I need to worry about. Okay, so I'm going to mount the data portion of this disk. There we go. It shows up. It works. Cool. All right. That's the Vista. Is that the Vista install disk? Okay, weird. Yeah, I've had that problem with Dolphin before. It just shows up for some reason. So, okay. There is the ISO or the data session contents from the Weird Al disk, okay? That worked. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to... unfortunately, there's really not a lot of other ways I can do this other than run the script here. So what's this? Labeled as... it's... Unfortunately, the repo has Ratchet and Clank as the name here, but we're going to let this run for a moment, all right? And while that's running, we will start installing Aru. So this is not actually going to be ripping the audio CD stuff first. This is going to rip the data session first. So the way I have this set up is it goes through and it will rip the sessions that are on the disk starting at the highest number session and working way down. Is Nautilus better than Dolphin? No. So once CD info here, Aru seems to be Windows only. What? Well, if that's true, then done. That would be very unfortunate. What? Who would write? No way. Yeah, okay, there we go. There's different releases, RPMs, and stuff like that. Yeah, so there's probably debs in there too. My gosh, they're covering all their bases. I very much appreciate that. Yeah, there we go, debs. So, yeah, .NET does not mean Windows anymore, oddly. So, yeah. CD info is taking its sweet time to figure this disk out. That's fine, Portizo, it happens. Why are there so many different versions? Debug, oh, compiled with like GDB hooks, okay. So we'll probably just run that one. Oh, I hear the drive spinning up, it's probably ripping, yep, okay, so we're ripping it should be ripping a bin queue of the data portion. Yep, it's starting. All right. And then it will extract the ISO. So we'll get back to that in a moment. See, since .NET Core is a thing, it's buildable on Linux. Yeah. All right, so do I have... I'm trying to think if I have like an ISO here somewhere. I feel like I probably do for like a Ubuntu install, but yeah, here we go. Okay, so I'm gonna just real quick test here. Open, yeah. So you can open an ISO with ARC, just for reference. Remember that. That is possible. Start your script with you don't know Jack 2 or YDK. Okay. That is you don't know Jack 2, right? All right. I believe so. Anyway, download this. I might want the debug version. Found LC error. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Alrighty, well, this is going. Let's install. Boom. I'm betting this is not going to work because for some reason the QApp package manager, yep, never works for me. So sudo dpkg -i aru. Okay. You can't see things when I type them. And it's going to complain, I think. Let's see. Error processing triggers for shared MIME info. Holy moly, they want a lot of lib something or another. I'm guessing that's .NET Core. Okay. Can I... Man, that's a lot of stuff. Linux, targz, that's nice. apt-get install, I don't think that, everybody says that, and then I don't think that actually works. No. Yeah, that does not do what you want. You want dpackage. apt-get is only for packages in a repository. It does not install local files. I think there is a separate thing. All right, we'll try apt. This is what dpackage is for. Unable to locate package. Okay, well then Portizo, it's not. Anyway, I just need to figure out. I'm assuming this is how you have to install the .NET Core stuff. Oh, is it local reference? All right. Okay, maybe that will work. apt-get install -- fix broken. 100 megabytes. If the stream goes down, now you'll know why. Okay. Well, that was quick. Error while removing aru user local bin was not empty, so not removed. Of course user local bin is not empty. Why would it delete all of the contents of user local bin? Okay, hold on here. apt install aru. Okay, none of that's there. Okay. Unable to correct problems. You have held broken packages. Fix broken. Oh, Cobalt Retrotech, don't feel bad. It does not. It's not the magic bullet that you want it to be. Trust me. All right, let's go back over to here for a moment. We have, okay, back to ISO stuff real quick here, okay? We have ripped an ISO of the data portion of the CD. Remember, we went over here in Dolphin and we opened the disk and looked at it. There was a QuickTime installer and some other stuff. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open the ISO in ARC and fail. It says it's corrupt. The thing is that it is not corrupt. What it is a hybrid ISO. This contains both an ISO 9660 and an HFS file system in the same ISO with overlapping data. So there are different different files in the different sections of this ISO, and the table of contents for the ISO 9660 file system points to some of them, and the HFS file system points to others, and some of the ones that are in the 9660 file system. It is horrible, and it ends up breaking the ISO to the point where most software cannot use it. So this folder should contain the contents of the ISO file extracted with 7-zip, which is for some reason available on Linux. But it can't open it because it is this weird hybrid file system. So that's part of why ISOs suck and they're not good enough, because the only way that you can get this to work is by mounting this with whatever it was, GCD emu, and then opening the ISO through the operating system, which has the intelligence to go ahead and figure stuff out. Also, the disk kind of lies. It has, like, if it's a Mac, it'll say, hey, I'm a Mac disk, and if it's a PC or Linux, it'll say, hey, I'm a PC disk. So it's kind of blah. Do you have one of those Jesse or whatever it's called that only works in Linux? I do not know what that is, Felix. Oh, are you talking about a Linux file format disk? Is there a Linux file system that is not Joylet based? Is that a thing? Because I have a bunch of Linux CD games over there. I could check. That'd be interesting. See, I may have one of these discs that is made to be PC and Mac compatible. Helen Croft, they're actually surprisingly common for Blue Book audio CDs. Every single one I've checked has been like that. See, if you know the start LBA offset, assuming there's no cross-referencing. Well, Paul Guy, part of the reason to do this is that there is cross-referencing between the two. That's part of why they do this, and not just have like two data tracks on there. Yeah, so it's a weird thing. Yeah, most old video games tended to be compatible with... no, Midwise, that's not quite true. They would have ISO 9660 file systems, and Macs would be able to read that because PCs were much more standard at the time, but they did not have HFS and ISO 9660 file systems on them. This is a very different thing. See, LSP release which distro? 2210 on here. That's what this is. Anyway, I don't need that. We can can that for right now. Back to this. Whoa, this can do Blu-rays? This can rip PS5 games? Man, I can't wait for the PS5 emulator so that I can play, I guess, Ratchet and Clank. Just my taste has been soured by Gran Turismo 7. See, not sure if reading or frozen. Oh no, the disc was reading. I had scrolled down. Yeah, it's kind of a thing. Looks like RU depends on libcau and its package has a different name on Ubuntu. I'm sure it does. So, Ubuntu is always the most popular distro, but also the one that people shun away for some reason. So, if can rip them, but most of the data on it will be encrypted as well. Oh yeah, I'm sure FlareSpire. It's not like we're gonna run the games from PS5. Yeah. Waiting for Gran Turismo 7 to go on sale at the moment. I'm not even sure that would be enough. I bought the full version, the big fancy pants version, and I'm still over it. Gran Turismo has always been a game where you're probably never going to experience everything, but the thing is that the way that they have you experience what limited stuff there is very annoying. And you do not ever make enough money to be at a point where you can just have fun with messing up a car with weird mods and stuff like that. So, yeah. BS chap. So that will extract, and then I will have the binary file, but I'll try to run the binary file and then it won't be able to find the libraries that it needs. So that won't work around it. That's not a statically linked version of that program. I guarantee it doesn't have everything incorporated in it because they can't redistribute the .NET Core framework like that. So Rockridge file system instead of Joylet or UDF, that's what I meant for Linux only. It's possible. Possible I have some. I haven't actually checked. If you know offhand, if Quake 3, for example, that's one I could probably go grab immediately. If that one is, then maybe. Okay, so where am I at? Why is this history not what I'm thinking it is? Was I trying to install it over here? Ah, there it is. Yeah, this says it's not installable, so let's see. Sudo apt install, blah, blah, blah. Tab, 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 tab. Okay, libcu, not libc. Cancel u. 67 is installable, but none of the other ones are, seriously? 67 is already installed, too. Okay. All right, let's just do this. Just gonna copy that. Let's see, once you get good VGT card, the new endurance races and Spa are pretty good. Give you 700k toward 1.5 million. Well, how long are those? They're like an hour long. It's at the point where you have to grind to get a usable amount of money in the game, and it's kind of annoying. Like, I'd built up a 1 hour for Spa, 30-minute. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. It's something I need to look back into. I'm not playing with a wheel. I have a really nice wheel. I just don't have the space to set it up. So I'm playing with a controller, which is really nice. Oh my gosh, I love the DualSense controllers. They're the best game controllers ever made, period. They're phenomenal. But yeah, anyway, grinding in a game for that long, you may as well be working a job. That's the other thing, is that you're going to do the same exact race for an hour, and then it's going to get you 1.5 million, which, like, say you want one of the legend cars that are like $30 million, you're going to have to do the same race like 20 times. You're going to work a day, literally a whole day. AKA even, it might end up being that your GT7 ends up on PC, and if it does, I'm going to 100% use a trainer to hack the money I've got. I don't care. PS4 controller is nice. There's like magic sauce on the PS5 controller. It is crazy. I might do that, BS chap. Well, Stefan, for me, the fun of Gran Turismo is always getting to drive weird cars. I don't want, like, just the best cars ever. They're really not that fun. They drive too well, and there's less of a challenge. Like, I have a completely monstered out Ford GT, and it's so good. It's ridiculously good. But it's not challenging in the same way as, like, a big, rolly, you know, English car from the 60s is. See, thicker, more rounded grips than the PS4 are so much better than the older ones. The biggest, I feel like they made a lot of ergonomic improvements with the DS4, but that's a very low bar because the DS3 was awful. They thought they could have convex rounded triggers for analog, and they absolutely could not. It was horrible. So, not sure if it'd be possible since it's always online. Well, yeah, that is a thing. I assume that it'll get hacked if it's on PC. I will buy it, and then I will play a cracked version. Yeah, the always online on Gran Turismo 7 also really taints my opinion of it because I do not play games like that. It really, really bothers me that a predominantly single-player game is hamstrung by being offline only. There's a big reason that I don't play most modern games. So, all right, what am I doing here? I'm trying to install the .NET Core stuff. This is all bringing up a bunch of R installation. I don't care about R. Triggers of the PS3 are not good. The sticks of earlier PS3 game pads will never drift ever. I have had minor issues with drift. Not a ton. Well, mid-wise, that depends. Do you mean like the actual shape of the analog sticks? Because I usually rip the original sticks out and put aluminum ones in instead because I like metal sticks. Because, yeah. Okay, I was able to solve this by installing that manually. Okay. Shape of the analog sticks, bite it on my thumbs. Okay, so yeah, that's literally the shape of the stick then. See, earlier PS3 controller used magnets to detect position. Interesting. Just check. PC Mac has 2 file systems. Yes. Are they distinct, separate file systems, or are they cross-referenced? Is there like one data track, or are there 2 data tracks? Because that's the thing. If there's one data track, then it's a hybrid file system. Yep, Cody, we are. Right now, we're stuck in purgatory for dependencies, trying to figure out how to install them. in Linux, which is, you know, fun. So this person literally just went and downloaded the deb file. Wow. That's interesting. I'm a cat. I have a still pristine white PS3 controller. It has not yellowed in the slightest. It may have less time on it, or use time, so. Clearly we just need to go back to the N64's optical joysticks. Those never had drift. They were flawless, other than, you know, the giant flaw. But that could be fixed now. So they claim it's libicu here. Okay, so maybe... Nope, that's libicu. Why? It doesn't exist. Yeah, the DS4 and the DS5 both do. The thing is, they're just direct input devices. It's the Xbox controllers that are all X input devices. Sony is not going to license X input because they're not Microsoft, so they're not going to do that. Oh, cool. BS Chap, this is so much fun. This is the one time where I wish they would distribute it as an app image. Kind of, Cody. They don't have an app image, do they? I hate app images, but in this instance, I would like it. Yeah, I'm a cat. That would be really nice. It's kind of frustrating how they don't. At least in Snap. Yeah. Honestly, unfortunately, on Linux even now, though, direct, or I should say X input is becoming the norm for stuff. Like the lib Mario 64 thing that you can drop into Blender only works with an Xbox controller because they use the X input API, which is kind of amazing that it's even possible to like ignore direct input controllers on Linux, because I would think that the Linux joystick wrapper for everything would just show one controller interface, and XPad would have to go through that, but somehow the lib Mario 64 stuff managed to bypass that. So all right, how am I gonna install this thing? Should I? All right, we'll do that. Oh man, this is gonna be awful. Ugh. So basically do everything here, it looks like. I don't like it when they have a line that deletes the package. Yeah, that's weird. All right, okay, so I can just go through that potentially. All right, let's try that. Let's go to this. All right. wget that. And okay, I clicked somewhere and things happened. That's fun. Copy. Paste that. Okay, I just installed super quick. Yeah, we'll do an apt. Oh, all that can be copied because they put the proper line endings on it. Okay. Let's see, one track, two file systems. All right, Helencroft. So that is a hybrid ISO. So yeah, if you ripped that to an ISO, it would become much more difficult to read data out of. Oh, let's see. That's interesting, Kunsara or Arsa? Arsa. Also, hello, since it's your first time chatting. I'm confused on how they had a CD that had shorter name limitations, because that was solved with Joylet. When was that? That was pretty quick. So that would have had to have been super early in CD times. So, but interesting. Hello, Manchenko Tech. I've been talking about your weird disk here that shows up as ISO 9660, trying to explain how that's weird. Also, I noticed on here this morning that it says it was burnt with Nero. So I think that this might actually have been a DVD-R that was then sent to be glass mastered and reproduced. So it's effectively a DIY disk, which I find interesting. Also, is this a bootable disk that can reinstall Windows, or is this just drivers? Because the volume ID is driver pack, and I was just curious about that. Okay, so we got the SDK stuff installed. Now let's see if Aru will install. No. Okay, SDK, install the runtime, copy. Let's try this. Okay, now you want me to just download the tar file. Well, I can try that. Yeah, you just want Linux, not ARM 64. That definitely won't run. Linux AMD 64, I assume. Unless you want me to download the source and build that. Is that what you're saying? Oh, we're gonna build from source. Gross. All right. This became more complicated. Run .NET build. .NET build. Oh no. Yep. All right. Error, specify which project or solution file. They have a command in here that's called build. I feel like I should run that. I'm gonna look in their folder for a little bit here. Do they have an install file? No. They have license. They have maintainers. Oh no. What's this needed? Holy moly. This is interesting. So this is like a list of disk examples. Interesting. Well, this, I bet this program's going to take forever to build, so I'm going to run build while I poke around this, because I'm curious what they haven't been able to test. So we'll just let that do whatever in the background. See if libcu is the only missing dependency. It might work. I don't know. It's missing all of them. So, yeah. Okay, CD plus G, yep, just uses RW subchannel, perfect, they know what they're talking about there, okay. Green Book, that's what Tillwolf's been working on. I don't like colored stuff, but Microsoft really does, so that doesn't surprise me. I'm just going to ignore that. My gosh, when you use PowerShell now, it's like someone just vomited Crayola all over the whole terminal. Yeah, video CD. So that's the one that someone else was in the background. Yeah, no, this is specifically about taking actual optical media and creating long-term archival files from it. Okay, so they have SACD here, but I don't see them specifying between the two different formats of SACD, so that's something that could be improved upon. Needs a PlayStation 3. Not totally true either. That's something here. So Felix, that'll take you to the code for my script. So yeah. Maven build tool also uses, okay. I like colorful information, makes it easier to focus and differentiate things as long as the colors are meaningful. Yeah, but not, it depends. Microsoft's PowerShell implementation is also kind of really messy. What? PC, oh my gosh. Okay, apparently we're gonna install that. Sudo apt install, actually I should go to the other one here. Sudo apt install, whatever that is, some kind of weird funky grep. Okay, sure. I wonder how many other things it's gonna need. It's the CD you have. Okay, I'm curious. Interesting. Wow, that is a really early disk to do multi-operating system. I am surprised. Huh. It would be worth archiving. Bin queue, that's the way to do it. Yeah, that's interesting. All right, so that'll keep going. I'm gonna keep looking at their thing. So, okay, SACD, there's two kinds of SACD disks. I kind of talked about this in one of the previous streams, but there is actual SACD, which is just a UDF file system, all right? And then there is SACD hybrid disks, which contain two layers. One is UDF, one is ISO 9660, and there are two different lasers in SACD players that support hybrid disks, one for reading the DVD portion, one for reading the CD portion. So it can't, they need to specify which it is because there's two different kinds. They don't have that specified, and they don't apparently have an SACD disk to test with. Original SACDs that are only the UDF file system are actually very rare because it was like a year and a half that they produced those before they realized, oh, hey, no one wants to buy a CD that isn't a CD. And then they switched to producing only hybrid disks. So it's pretty much 1997 original release SACDs that are only SACD. So if your SACD player only plays a regular CD audio, the second laser has burned out according to TechMoan. Yes, I have multiple Sony SACD players that do not play the SACD component. They can only play the regular CD component, which really sucks a whole lot. It's terrible. So yeah, every single fancy pants Sony player from that era I have does not work. It's very disappointing. It did not finish build, it crashed. So, could not execute because something or another command was not found, blah, 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 blah. Error, somewhere, the namespace, common types does not exist in the namespace, aru, something or another. Original PS3 can play SACD? Yes, I need to look at that. I think most of them can, actually. The slim ones, just not the super slims can't, if I remember correctly. So, yeah. I didn't think getting Aru installed was going to be difficult. I guess I was naive in that way, because when has compiling a project on stream not been difficult? The only CD drive I have worth mentioning is Kenwood Truex. That's a big get, Hardly Wogan. That is no slouch. I have some that are not as well known as that I feel are more interesting, but yeah, that's definitely not a bad one. SACD was Sony's baby, so I'm not surprised. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much everything where media really jumped significantly was Sony. Sony was 3.5-inch floppy, Sony was CD, Sony was DVD, Sony was Blu-ray. If another media format comes out and it's backed by Sony, it's gonna do okay. Maybe it's Windows version with Wine. That is disappointing. Because the Wine tricks will probably make it easier to install. Was Minidisc Sony? It probably was, because they had all the little Walkmans. Minidisc had its time. It just couldn't compete with CD or MP3 players. It came out like just early enough to get a little bit of momentum, but then MP3 players came and just obliterated it. Just Aru on, well, Bow Bobo. First off, hello, since it's first time chatting. And I'm not surprised that the Windows version just works, because Windows comes with .NET installed pretty much always now. I think it's probably automatically forced onto your system by Windows Updater. So yeah, that makes sense. And then they'll distribute the precompiled executables and you won't need dependencies. So will this just not work with Mono? So Cody, this has a native Linux version. That's the thing. It has a native Linux version. We're kind of back into the HXC nightmare. Yeah, so just try Aru Git from Aru on Arch. No, because I'm using Ubuntu. That stuff won't work. Let's see, when my first CD player died, the only decent drive I could get at the time was Sony 100 disc carousel. Oh man, the Megastores are really annoying. I can't remember if I finally bought a Megastore that could play DVDs or not. I think I passed on them. But yeah, they're things. Well, Hellencraft, no, XP's not, but I wouldn't be surprised if, like Windows 10 pretty much always had .NET installed. Also, Bao Bobo, thank you for the Prime sub. Let's see, yeah, that's the other thing, Paul Guy's got it. It probably needs direct access to the disk drive. If it's doing its job correctly, it will have to have that. So, running it through Wine probably is not going to be acceptable. Before I continue my research, I'll just LSB, I'm pretty sure I'm using 2010 _ release -A. 2210, yes, so 2210. Hello, Chairman Gaiman GNC, since it's your first time chatting. See, I had to fix those 100 disc carousels when I worked at Sony. A little grabber arm was usually broken when people put 2 discs in one slot. Oh, that's great. Nowadays, what you end up finding is when they're at 22, wait, I'm on 2110? I guess 2210 wouldn't be out yet, would it? Huh. Why haven't I upgraded? Oh, because it came out like 2 months ago. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I'm on 2110, which... yeah, that's pretty terrifying. I am going to EOL soon, aren't I? Ugh, I hate that. I had to for this laptop because it has newer hardware, I think. I think that was why I had to. Actually, still, I should be running, let's see, NVIDIA SMI. I'm probably running an old version of the driver here. 510. Okay, I don't think that's that old. I can't ask what the current version is for you guys. Sudo apt install NVIDIA. That won't work because this hasn't had sudo run. Sudo apt install NVIDIA. Yes, display them all. What is the newest version? 510. Whoa, okay, that's nice. They fixed it. For a little while, if I installed the newest version of the NVIDIA driver, the backlight would turn off on this thing, which was just great. That happened in Windows too, though. So it's not just the Linux driver. That's real awesome. See, alrighty. Don't want a backseat, but probably going for 22. I think it'd be 2204. Yeah, it would. I will be clean installing when I do that, though, because I do not do dist upgrades. That is just the recipe for breaking everything. So, yeah. Isn't AMD GPU best for Linux? Yes, but it is not usable for anything. So that's, I can't have an AMD GPU. So, So build doesn't work. .NET build doesn't work. Linux is usually always behind. They never bother pushing the newest version of the drivers to Linux. That's basically what it is. So 5.10 is probably the newest on Linux. Honestly, if 5.16 is the current Windows version, I'm amazed that 5.10 is available now, because they're usually like 30 number revisions behind. So I consider 5.10 to be pretty bleeding edge for Linux. Devin, it's not even games. It's that NVIDIA has CUDA, and when you do actual things that use GPU, CUDA is like the way that it's done. So Blender rendering, oh my gosh, DaVinci Resolve, GPU acceleration, all CUDA based. And then NVENC is also a big thing. So yeah. Noodles, hello. Glad you're able to join a stream if it's your first time. It's not a Linux thing; it's a Debian thing. Oh, yeah, probably. But if you use Debian, you'll very quickly learn that you do not install non-Debian versions of the NVIDIA driver. You never try and install it from NVIDIA directly. That's bad times. RU Git 6.0 is compiling happily so far on Arch. Yeah. AMD has OpenCL, yeah, but nothing supports it on Linux. That's the thing. All right. So I could go back to trying installing the deb. Which doesn't work. Here. Hold on. It's an or on all of these. It's not an and. So... You know what I bet? I think someone mentioned this, that it's probably built against an older version and doesn't mark itself as forwards compatible as default. So I bet if I just go download 66, I bet if I punch in a 6 right here and download whatever package, there is no package. Yeah, I think I can just install whatever the first thing is. So we'll just do that. See what happens. Boom. AMD 64, bam. Don't give me that nonsense. We're going to download it directly. There we are. Yada. We're going to put this in downloads, wherever that is. Software, source red herring, or Git submodules that are missing. Oh, okay. I know there's a command for Git to automatically have it go and grab all the submodules, but we'll just try and see if this works. Are you kidding me? It blocked the download for potential security risk from Ubuntu.com. What? Allow. Come on. This is Firefox, yes. What was that called? Lib something or another. There we go. Boom. And boom. Woo! All right. Download is performed sandboxed? What? Couldn't be accessed. What? Download is performed unsandboxed as root, as file, blah, blah, blah. Couldn't be accessed by user apt. What? Huh. Atari 1040 STE, first off, awesome username, and hello since first time chatting. I'm just trying to install Aru, which has some weird .NET dependency on Linux, which sounds dumb. It's a thing, but then it didn't work for some sandbox reason. I don't understand. We're gonna use dpackage. Sudo dpkg-i, boom, this'll work. Boom, dpackage, apt sucks. All right, I think we can run Aru. Creating main database, that looks like working. I think we're about to get somewhere. Okay, I don't know what it's gonna do without parameters, and I don't know how to learn what the parameters are yet, but we'll find out in a moment. Where did you find the deb? It's in the release, for what? The dependency or the, for Aru? Because Aru has it under the releases. They do a pretty good job of having released, compiled versions for all the different platforms they support. I'm really impressed by that, actually. Hold on here. Do you want to enable decryption of copy protected media, also known as DRM, for later example DVD, video, CSS? Consult your local laws before enabling it, as this is illegal in some countries under legal circumstances. Okay, so this is an interesting thing here. Let's say we have Rush Beyond the Lighted Stage here. This disk could be copied, but decrypting the data on it to actually be able to play it is illegal. So it is not illegal to make a backup. It is illegal to defeat copy protection. Really weird laws, catch 22, thank the music industry. Legal in US. I'm not sure. So this is the thing. This is an interesting, sticky situation. I am going to say yes, but I'm not sure. The thing is that we have an objective here, and I want to test it. And yeah, don't tell anyone. So just keep it between me and all 129 of you, apparently. Also, Manjenko Tech, thank you for the 100 bits. Is nobody gonna care? It's a whole weird thing. Why is it, what is their terminal length? Is it 136? No, it's 100 characters? That's really weird. But then it's not sticking to it. I don't know, weird. All right, hide the window and make your own choice. Yeah, well, when I have results here, we'll see how it goes. See, my replacement scan jet 4600's on the way here. Cool. Yeah, if this all works today, tomorrow we might actually work on 4C. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. We must decrypt this disk on Mars. Yeah. Anyway, do you want to share your device reports with us? That's in the European Union territory. We manually analyze the European Union citizen to remove any trace. If identification from it, once that is done, we share it on our stats website. Yeah, sure, why not? Or we can store some statistics. These statistics are limited to the number of times the command is executed, file system partition, and devices used, operating system version, other, sure, whatever. Do you want to share your own stats anonymously? Okay, sure. You want to gather statistics about command usage? Sure. Oh my gosh, found devices. I mean, it's going to be really weird for me. Found file systems. Okay. They're going to find BTRFS. File filters, I have no idea what that even is. Media image formats, I'm probably going to be one of the most obscure people for that. Scanned media, sure. Partition schemes, sure. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of questions here. And then it looks like it printed help. Yeah, really, there's a lot of telemetry in this. Is it done? It printed the thing. Required command was not provided. I figured that, but it has not returned to terminal yet, unless it did, and nope, it has not. Your soul is now owned by RO. Yeah, really. So it hasn't actually released yet. It's still running. Am I gonna have to close this since it said it was doing database thingamajigs? I'm not sure. So yeah. I guess I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna rerun it just for giggles, see what it does. Okay, that time it released. Okay. We didn't actually do anything. All I did was run Aru, which I assumed would print the help things. Noodles, thank you for the Prime sub. So you got an ad was mine to actually sub. Well, that works. That's a legitimate reason for leaving ads on that I hadn't considered. I will be honest, I make very little money from ads. Very, very little. So, yeah. But that's not a horrible reason to leave them on. Oh, you know what? Xbox TV, are you here? Because I just remembered, I have the manual for the, where's the button? There it is. The manual for the Xerox memory writer. And forgot to open it. We're about to have to figure out some stuff, so this is like a good moment to take a break here. So I want to open this real quick. Just about caught this one, aka been out walking. Oh yeah, well we're really getting into the thick of this one still, so you got time. We haven't actually done some stuff first. So I believe this is the manual for the Xerox 645S that I looked at a little while ago. My knife is still over there. I'm just gonna go grab it because I don't need it over there anymore. Why have I left it over there? That is the crazy word processor typewriter thing, by the way. If you have not seen the video or the stream I did about it, they're both the same media. So, but yes, so I think this is the manual, which Xbox TV helped me get, or I didn't need the knife at all. And this person reused an Amazon package that has their home address that I was trying to hide. Thank you, random eBay seller, for your own lack of privacy consideration. Let's see, is that specifically for the 645S? I believe so. Yes. 645S reference manual, and I want that out of there. So yeah, this is the really cool manual. It's got the nice semi-gloss and matte stuff on there, and this is apparently shrink sealed still, so let's open this up. There we are. We have manual. Boom. Ooh, 2-color print. Fancy. But yeah, so now I can figure some stuff out here. Let's see. There is some actually useful stuff in here, like base system disk. I do need to know more about that. So let me just take a quick peek through here and see what it says about that for a moment, because I would like to know how to use it. Advancing, reversing by pages, that may have done something, but I doubt it. So let's start from the beginning here. All right. How to use the manual. External features, lights, beeps, and messages. The screen. The carrier. Introduction explains how to use the reference manual, which is hilarious. How to manual. So there's what the the system with the monitor would have looked like. Also, I think it's the first time I've seen it mounted on that side. Most of them are on that side, and I believe it can be put on either one. So that's interesting. So we have right disk drive on off switch. I'm glad they specified that. Feature keys are those. Got arrow keys. There's what the weird thing is that's missing. Oh, there's a little piece that just plugs into the top. Okay, there is the paper like holder thing on the back has some little bits of plastic that are broken off into that piece on mine, and I guess it's just another thing that plugs into the top. So I'm missing a part, but the part that it had was physically broken, so it doesn't really matter. Let's see, text area. Ooh, so there should be 4 things down there. That's good to know. Because the display has some, oh, come on, there we are, some more stuff going on right there. So that's good to know. I will be scanning this at some point. I can probably run this through my ADF though, so I won't be doing this with the Caesar because it's flat and I can just take the spring off, which is metal, so it'll be even easier. So print wheel, yep, that's pretty standard. All right, that's all care. Let's see, discs. This section contains information on loading and caring for your discs. Okay. We have base system disk, options disk, forms disk, and recording disk. So those are probably the other ones. So Xerox, memory writer, base system. Yeah, there's not really a whole lot to go over in there. So features available with base system disk. All basic features plus auto carrier return, auto indent, automatic page numbering, bolding, centering. Basic features without disks. What? It can't do any of that. It didn't work at all. I wonder if there's directions on how to start it without a disk in here. How to? Okay. What? Are we about to crack the code on this thing? How to start system. Come on, I want something like that. Sorry, focus. Yeah, so the button combo, that's exactly what I need to know. I did try putting paper in there, as I mentioned. It wasn't just that it needed paper. I did do that after the fact. So, is this still blurry? Come on, focus correctly here. One moment. Autofocus is really leaving a lot to be desired. I know this is far away and like really, actually I can help the bright a little bit here, I think. There we go. Yeah, adjusting the exposure makes it way easier to see. Sorry. Why do I sense a sharp stream topic change? If I see something in here that makes it look like we can just go do like a quick key press and have it work, we're doing that tomorrow. We're not doing this today. But, wow, the rest of it is how to. There's problem solving and applications. Okay, we're going to try problem solving. Problem solving. How about doesn't do anything? Cannot activate auto indent. No, I want cannot activate anything. I don't know. Looks like I might have to read through this manual more. There's clearly some stuff going on in here that was not adequately explained elsewhere. So, the camera face detection doesn't work when I look away in a weird place. It looks for the eyes and mouth as a triangle, and when that gets distorted, when I'm pointing down, I can't find it, and then it gets messed up. So, yeah. So this is going to be kind of important going forward, I think. We will have to look at that. Back to this fun stuff, though, because we have plenty more to do with figuring out Aru. So, back to this. See, kind of unrelated question. Actually, I can read it over here. Yeah, got me, Felix. Okay, we were doing so good with the Keychron. All right. Also, I am going to disappoint you guys a bit here. This is the last one of these I'm doing for the laptop. From now on, I am actually going to enforce the vintage computer rule. So I won't be doing this for vintage or for the laptop anymore. So there is your warning. But I was using a Keychron K8, and I'm now going to be using a really generic PS2 keyboard that has a feature that is kind of unusual for being a cheap generic PS2 keyboard. And it's not that it has the European style enter key despite being an American keyboard. It's that the back is metal. For some reason, this thing has an exposed metal backplate, and it ends up making it a shockingly nice keyboard. It has no flex, and despite being rubber dome, it actually feels pretty good. It has it's really, really solid. So yeah, it's not bad. It's not European enter, it's just tall American, I know, but it's more common in Europe than it is here. And it is AT, so I'm going to need my adapter, which, where did I put that? Oh, this might be a problem. Where did it go? Is it over there? Oh no. What is the vintage computer rule? I will only do this when I'm using a computer with a PS2 port. That's the vintage computer rule. It's in the description for the thing. If you actually look at the channel points thing here, change keyboard, it says if I'm using a computer with an AT or an XT, AT, or PS2 interface, you can force me to change out the keyboard. I'm using a USB adapter here to do this. And the rule is specifically meant for vintage computers because I'm not usually doing a lot of typing on them that is like critical on Linux and stuff like this. It's really annoying to try and use the weird vintage keyboards, especially when they have problems because they're vintage keyboards. So yeah. So ain't that enter key normally linked with the keyboard being a 105 key? I associate it with being a non-American keyboard. I don't know. But right now I gotta figure out where my AT to PS2 adapter went. Oh, it's right here. Okay. So get this plugged in. I'm gonna guess the Nicor shirt, David. Nope, it's happening, Felix. This is the last one. That's all. It's just, this is the last one, but it's fine. Your keyboard has a turbo key? That I would not plug that keyboard into any other computers. That's a little weird for a keyboard to have a turbo key. You're not seeing what the description right here. Change keyboard. If I'm using an XT, AT, or PS2 keyboard interface computer, you can force me to change out the keyboard I'm using for a different random one. This is a USB laptop. It does not have an XT, AT, or PS2 interface. See, that special CD has round scratches so it can't rip. How do I... Ooh, Hellencroft, that is a big problem. You can potentially get a disc doctor, which is a disc polisher that resurfaces it. It has a wheel that is meant to be abrasive and basically damage the disc in a different way. I've had mixed luck with those. A round scratch like the laser or something hit it while it was rotating. That's going to be really, really hard to fix, unfortunately. Let's see. So what about you have a modern motherboard with a PS2 port? The idea is that it doesn't happen to my laptop. That's basically what it is. I don't want it to happen to the laptop. So, yeah. Noodles, okay. That is a very, very deep thing. I have never used Aru, actually, though. But it's a complicated subject. So I will demonstrate it with the disk that is in the drive currently right now. So this is Weird Al Yankovic's Poodle Hat. I actually have two of these CDs, so I can show you the disk itself while it's still in the drive. Now, if we go to here, we can see we have two, oh, hold on. Oh, wait, were you not able to see capture? One moment. Hiram, change keyboard. This is what I was trying to show on stream. If I'm using an XTAT or PS2 interface computer, okay, that's where it says the restrictions. But anyway, Noodles, if we look in the thing here, you can see there are two discs that show up as WAECD. These are the Poodle Hat discs. So one of them shows it has some files, and the other one will show as having audio disc stuff, which in KDE, it's going to show like the ability to play a bunch of different files and things. So we can see in here, there's music stuff. The way KDE works is weird. It will automatically rip these into these files, and it will pretend like it's copying them, but it's actually ripping the disk and converting the files. So it's kind of weird. But these are the CD audio files. CDAs, kind of like the raw files from the audio disk. So the disk shows up twice because there are two sections. Yeah, KDE does have that feature. It's really cool. But there are two sections of this disk. And if we go back to here and I zoom in on the disk very close up, you can see that there's actually a line that is physically visible on the disk. And on this disk, that is the separation of two sessions on the CD. Now, that's how they fit both a data section and an audio CD section. And the reason, or the thing that is important about that, is that the only way to save this disk as a complete unit, well, actually, there isn't a way that I'm aware of currently, except for the potential of ARU. Because you can rip the audio CD portion, the audio tracks, as a bin queue, and you can rip the data section as a bin queue. But you cannot put those together in a different file format that would hold them both as they relate to each other in this physical CD that I'm holding. So there's no way to do that. Clone it. That's an interesting idea, Cody Kewell. Also, hello, since your first time chatting. The thing is you cannot make a disk image of this disk. It's not possible. Period. Except possibly ARU, and we'll get into that. Because there isn't a file format that can hold both sessions in one file. Each session, both the data section and the audio section, are held as separate bin queue pairs, and then there is nothing that connects them together. So you could burn each of those separately on a disk, but you're not cloning this disk. You're reconstructing the disk like that. It would be like taking the text from an ebook, all right, as a raw text file, and then pasting it into a Word document and reprinting it. Sure, it has all the exact same information, but the font that you're using, the number of pages that the book has, and where line breaks and paragraphs are, might actually change based on how it gets formatted in Word. So it's a different way of preserving the data that is not completely accurate. So let's see. I seem to remember something about multi-session recording, but maybe that was burning. Yes, CDRs, which I do have another example of here, but it's not like, it's like visually, but it doesn't matter. CDRs could be burnt, and then if you wanted to add data to the CD and your software was intelligent, you could add more data to the CD with an additional session that could then reference data in the previous session using static addressing. It's really, really weird. But yes, multiple sessions can be put on a CDR. PCs are designed to only show you the data in the last session. And that's how, and this is because of CDRs having this capability that they do this. They would only show you the data in the last session. So if you have a disk with 3 sessions, like someone actually has in here that they're trying to work on, it's right here. They have apparently this crazy weird CD that has some kind of word processing extension stuff on it that has 3 sessions on it, but this might actually be another CDR that was glass mastered, which is really strange. But it has different sessions of different versions of the same program on there, and it's like a whole thing. So anyway, the long and the short is multi-session disks can't be saved, but then there's other things that can't be saved either, like over here, this is a karaoke disc, and this contains graphics in metadata channels on the CD. And there's no way to save these, and there's no way to recreate the disk without saving the subchannel data as it exists on the whole disk. Yeah, it's really complicated. So that's why I'm hoping Aru is going to be like an all-in-one solution that handles all of those, but I haven't tested it yet, so that's what I'm doing right now. Okay. And then there's CD-RAM, DVD-RAM. Well, that's a different problem entirely. Karaoke discs, those are hard, exactly, yeah. So also, Hiram, thank you for the gifted sub. See, he used to be a DJ. Synaptic can't find Aru. Yeah. I mean, it was a pain to install it there. So, okay, we want to try and rip a disk. So we have our multi-session disk in here. Okay. Commands to manage images, commands to talk to devices. Is that what you're thinking it should be, Tillwolf? Aru DLL. What? This is why Arch Linux is best, easy peasy. I won't agree. So yeah, that's it. I'm going back to Linux. Formats. Yeah, I don't know. This is weird. List all supported disk images, formats, purchase. You know, I'm curious. I'm curious what the output would be. Formats. And we'll pipe that into less, I suspect we will want to do. So, read image, read only. Okay. Well, okay, are these... Actually, we can read this on the website. This is literally verbatim what's on the website. See, do you need a special drive to rip these formats, or any old CD reader work? Well, 1010, yes and no. I have another disk here that is an edge case. This disk has a hidden track before the first one. So when you first start playing this disk, you actually have to rewind into negative time, about a minute, and then it has a hidden track that it'll play. Not all PC CD drives will actually let you access that portion of the disk. Some of them will tell you that it's all zeros. Some of them will just lie and play from the beginning of the track. Some of them will just error. So not every disk can read, or not every drive can read the hidden track portion of this disk. I've tested this drive can, so I know we can do that, and later in this stream we will actually try that. So, okay. You can just use .NET and run the DLL itself instead of having to install the entire package for it. Oh, that's weird. Is there a holy grail drive that solves all the problems? It's not really that uncommon. You just need to test for that particular edge case, and I think most stuff can, or most other kinds can be read. So, Tool had a hidden track in their audio CD that can only be played on a computer. So, Cody Kuehl, that was probably done as either a Blue Book or a data audio CD. So actually, I had other test discs like that Weird Al Blue Book CD that had more audio tracks as OGG files in a Blue Book portion that they couldn't fit as CDDA, or they just didn't have high quality copies of. I'm not really sure. I had one that was like that, but I don't know where it went when I moved recently, and it's very frustrating because there was a really cool disc. It was Curvature of Space. That was the name of the album. Very good techno music, and I don't know where it is now. Really frustrating. CDs were small back then, no DVD? Yeah. So, okay. Is it okay? Let me go back to Aru, just see if they have like a thing here. Dumping, fixed detecting errors. What's their wiki? Try Aru dump. Yeah, oh man, what's with all the things? All right, Aru dump, all that. All right, and then I will give it a directory. I'm gonna go home, tools, disk. I'm not gonna go into there. I will do mkdir Aru, and then go into there, mkdir poodle hat, and then paste that to here. Let's see what that does. LED didn't change on the drive. Unrecognized command everything. Okay. There is no dump listed there, so that's a thing. All right. Let's just try -H. -H. It's probably going to be the exact same thing it's already been printing. Yep. Okay. Wiki. Creating a dump from physical media. All right, here we go. Command usage. Disk image chef. What? For mini CDs, is it normal for your script to hang? It depends where it's hanging. I don't know. If there's a scratch in the disk somewhere, it might be trying to work through it. But yeah, I don't know. Mini CDs are just same as regular CDs, so there's nothing weird that should happen. All right, disk image chef. Is that like, is that a command I have now? Disk. Cord, that's not it. Disk with a capital C, D, no. Okay, so I don't have that command. Alrighty. -H is just prints out the exact same stuff it's already been printing here, which does not include a dump command. Let's see. Hello, Sergeant Silver. What is this disk image chef nonsense? Why is that like a thing that exists? Maybe your package isn't complete. I installed it from the deb file. What? Wait a minute. No, Linux has full support for everything. For USB drives. Okay. No, Sergeant Silver, we're trying to use Aru to dump a CD, but I don't think it has that command. Dump media. I'm going to guess it says no. Yeah, it says no. Dump media is not a thing. Page is 4 years old. Media dump. Okay. Also, hello, Serenkus, since it's your first time chatting. Media. Okay. Commands manage media. All right. Maybe. Media. Actually, will this show like a different... Ah, okay. This shows me... So it's like Git. All right. So it's like Git where it has different things. So dump. All right. And then I'm going to have formats. So... Okay, I want to format the output image as plugin name or plugin ID. If not present, we'll try to detect it from output image extension. So I'm going to try dump dev sr0 poodle dot aru. Okay. Sudo. Yep, you guys can't see anything. Creating main database. Oh no, it's got to run as root and do all the root stuff. I'm gonna have to re-agree to everything. That. Let's see. Like a process is like my physics teacher. Let's see. Sloppy something or another. Hold on. What now? You need to unmount the disk first? Oh, possibly, yeah. CIBD, RE drive in no brand external box SATA USB 3 converter. Is possible that the SATA USB thing that my burner decided to spin up the disk after burning so much sound like it's gonna shatter and then crash the laser. What? That is very weird. Yeah, I will have to unmount it potentially. Although my software is actually able to read it without unmounting. All right, let's unmount. There's an easier way to unmount. I'm gonna press the eject button. Boom, unmounted. Oh, they had up-to-date documentation. Okay, it's on the website. All right, thank you. All right, let's try, I'm gonna use not root. Boom. Error. The Doctor Who, thank you for the 300 bits. Okay, well that's weird. Sudo umount dev sr 0. Weird, okay. All right. Reading full talk, building track map. Okay, I'm really curious to see what this does. Cannot read from disk? What? So, it was trying direct SCSI read commands, and it didn't really like that, I guess. Think you need sudo? That's possible. That's very possible. Let's try it. Sometimes those SCSI commands do require sudo. I've experienced that. It'd be more, I don't know, it gets weird. Cannot read from disk. Okay, so it just doesn't work. Huh. Well, I was afraid of this. We have an alternative. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to redo a lot of dumb stuff for the alternative. Different drive. So the different drive thing, because it has to be USB, I don't have like a ton of external USB optical media drives. So what we're gonna do instead is we're gonna see if we can boot a different computer. And if this contains an operating system, then we can do this very quickly. If it doesn't, we have to install Ubuntu on this computer in order to do this. So here's hoping this USB-C SSD contains an operating system, because I don't want to have to install right now. Where is my USB cable for this thing? Why is it missing? All right. Weird. We're going A to C, I guess. The drive and the stream system. No, we're not going to use that one. I am not going through all that nightmare of installing ARU on a computer that is barely able to keep up with in running the stream. We're going to use the other computer. All right, what is in here? All right, that looks bootable. I think we're good. Okay. Let's get that system up and running. Could you use SATA USB with an internal CD drive? Probably, Sloppy Pony, but I don't actually know if I have one of those handy. So I'm not gonna say that that's like the best option for me right now. You can start rubbing around. Is there anything? Rudimentary lathe. Yeah. All right. The real trick we're gonna use here instead is we're just gonna use a whole computer that has IDE and SATA as a IDE and SATA adapter. So that's what we're doing. I'm gonna move this to, actually I want my disk back. Let's get that. I have two of them, but I shouldn't leave that one in there because I will forget and then it will stay there forever. Especially since I have two and then I won't realize that it was missing. So no ARU for Micronova, no. Yeah, the USB adapter solution may have issues like Flare Spire is saying anyway. Going native is really the best way to go here. So we're gonna do that, which is gonna be complicated, unfortunately. So let's do this and hide that because we're not gonna be using that in a moment. All right, and now I will be going back to this. We're actually this is going to be a legitimate use case of change keyboard for the first time ever. So we're going Keychron back on the laptop because now I'm going to be using that with this system. So this is the computer that I've officially built for ripping CDs. This has a QX9650 in it, a GTX 260, and oh yeah, it's so fast. But the real thing is that the QX9650 motherboard here has both SATA, IDE, and floppy on board, so it can do literally everything. It is the perfect tweener system. New enough that I'm going to be able to run a modern version of 64-bit Ubuntu on it, but have enough old interfaces at the motherboard level that it will actually be useful for media preservation. So, yeah, I'm going to be setting this up. This has currently 4 optical drives in it, and one of them needs to be pushed forward here for some reason. Let's go ahead and do that. They're all functional. All 4 of them are SATA. I thought that some were IDE, but apparently I got all SATA ones in there. Okay. But yeah, the operating system that is installed on that blue SSD was actually installed on this thing, so yeah. So, all right. Let me install 2004. I think this has 2004 on it. We'll find out when we get it booted, but yeah. So, let's find out. SCSI card. This thing has PCI, so it could have a SCSI card. Yeah, I really like this computer. This thing rocks. This is one of my favorite computers I own. I built this in the perfect lull of value for these parts. So it's actually quite nice. I got all the stuff you could want for it. So yeah. Shelby's excited over his dupe box. Yeah, kind of. Does it have SAS? I mean, it could if I put a SAS controller in it. It has PCIe as well, so, you know, possible. All right, 8 USB ports. Oh yeah, it's got all the USB ports you could ever want. It's kind of ridiculous. They're all 2.0 though, because it's not that new. See, man, I wonder if it's possible to make Ultimate Unicorn motherboard with SATA ID, floppy PCIe, ISA on it. The problem is any system that does not come with ISA lacks the DMA capable of doing ISA the way you want. So no. There are modern motherboards, genuinely modern motherboards that have ISA on them, but they are meant for industrial applications for systems that have like legacy uses. So it's not going to do what you want. All right, let me grab a thing down here. Ooh, this is DVI. Okay, we're gonna switch from capturing the laptop, I think, to capturing that. So you won't be able to see the laptop in a moment. I'm gonna need to grab a HDMI to DVI adapter. I thought I had it handy. Let me look around a little bit more here. I really thought I just had one nearby for this exact use case, but I'm not finding it. Oh, here's the power cables and stuff I'm gonna need, so I'll bring that up. So it has networking, which will be, actually this does not have networking. All right, laptop will be going on Wi-Fi. This will be getting its Ethernet connection, because no Wi-Fi. Well, actually, okay, no Wi-Fi. I had a different Asus motherboard for this thing that I really wanted to use. It was some like ridiculously over-the-top SLI home multimedia system that had 2 Wi-Fi cards and like a ridiculous number of features, but one of the RAM channels is dead on it, and it's really frustrating. So, let's see. Excited to see how this goes. See, I was thinking it was more like designing a motherboard from scratch rather than just adding functionality. Well, FlareSpire, the problem is the CPUs don't support it. So there's no CPU you can use for a modern system. See, I have 7-port USB card in my computer, so I want a USB hub. Yeah, it's GPU of S-Video. I think it has one of those weird like multi-IO ports, so it might be like component or something. I'm not sure. I don't know what it is, but it's mini DIN, but more pins than S-Video. So, let's see, in before DVI HDMI pass-through is on one of the cables. No, it's not. I don't see it down there because the cable that will be using is plugged into my laptop. So let me just go get the adapter. I'm just hoping it's where I think it's going to be. I found it. It's in here. Okay. Now we just have to hope that the Blackmagic capture card will support the color spaces this will be outputting. I don't remember which one of these is the correct one to use, so we'll figure that out too. But okay, that's all that. I'm gonna switch my laptop over to Wi-Fi and all that good stuff. Bring this over to here. Network, this is dual LAN, so at least it's got that going for it. There's that. Get the keyboard adapter plugged in so I can have my really weird keyboard on here. Actually, this has native PS2, so I don't even need the USB adapter. Go with that. That's mouse. That's keyboard. How do I want mouse? I guess I'm going to need that, aren't I? Let's see. S-Video can be converted to composite. Kind of, not directly, not passively. Let's see. I think it's S-Video with extra pins. It's not just an S-Video port, so you can't just plug an S-Video cable into it. It's not like a Voodoo 3. So let's see. And for what's the use case for 2 Wi-Fi cards? I have no idea, but it does have it. Let's see. It's a really nifty motherboard. Yeah, PS2 qualifies it. Yeah. Let's see. Do you have the motherboard model? It's a gigabyte something or another. Oh, I can almost read it. GAEP45- UP. I don't have a light on me, but yeah, that'll probably get you there. Spooky YL, thank you for the Prime sub and for the 3rd month. Let's see, one for Wi-Fi hotspot, one for Wi-Fi access, possibly, but I don't know why you would have Wi-Fi access, or you would have access to Wi-Fi, but then need the hotspot from there. So, let me go find a mouse, or you know what? Maybe I can just use the MX518 from the streaming computer because I've not touched it since I switched to the Cherry keyboard that has the trackpad built in, because I really like that solution. So let's make the MX518 a floater mouse. Let's see, AirPlay hack stuff, yeah. All right, so USB mouse, PS2 keyboard. This is the weirdest amalgamation of input devices ever. All right. I don't have a monitor, so I'm going to be working off of capture. You know what? That's not going to be acceptable. How am I going to do this? Can I plug this monitor back in to here, completely mess up my monitor setup on this system, bring it back around. Oh man, I'm doing things. And then have OBS show just that source on here. Yeah, that is it, Noodles. That's definitely it. I remember that. That model number, that's familiar now. It is a really nice board. I really like it. All right, there's DVI. Get that tightened in a little bit. All right. So, let's see. SSH into it headless. I will have to know what its IP address is first. That will be a problem. So what I want to do is I want to go to this, and can I can, haha. I can send out that source for that capture to a full screen preview so that I can have basically a whole monitor set up with just this view on it now. So that's a thing. I didn't know you could do that. That's super handy. All right, this thing should whir to life here in a moment. waiting for it to show up there. I will bring that up for you. Although it's cropped for no particular reason. Whoops. No idea if I have the right video connection. Well, again, Noodles, I will have to know what the IP address is. I could do Nmap, I know. There's a bunch of ways of doing it, but I'm not going to do it that way. I have this. There's lots of ways you can do remote desktop. It is on, but not. That fan is being held still by a SATA cable, I think, maybe. There we go. Why do I not have video? Maybe it's the other DVI port. Let me go swap that. Boop. Boop. Eh? Yeah. All right. Try turning it off and on again. See, I tried toothpaste for the scratch, now it doesn't throw errors, 95%. Oh, weird. Okay, cool though. Watch that HDMI to DVI adapter doesn't work. Any post beeps? I don't know. We're barely getting started on this thing here. I gotta figure it out first. Let's see. So if we're talking about CD machines, one of those CD exchanger drives are SCSI. That's a little more complicated. What do you mean exchanger drives? You mean like a CD tower? Is that what you mean? All right, yeah, it's got to be a display issue. I'm gonna go grab a different display, just plug it in directly. Let's see, that one kind of sucks. I do have some that I haven't tested. Where'd they go? They're right here. These were sent to me. So let's go ahead and use one of these. I'm gonna grab DVI cable, so we can just plug it in directly. And there's another power cable over there already. All right, let's see what this does. Let's see, Cinefreak, hello, since it's your first time chatting. Late to the stream, what are we doing? We are attempting to rip CDs. So we're trying to use Aru to do this, which is I'm actually really, it's not working for a reason I'm very excited about. I didn't mention that part. It trying to access the drive directly using SCSI commands is what it's going to have to do to be able to read subchannels. So that's a good thing that it tried to do that and failed, actually. But we're trying to rip CDs because they're really complicated, and I'm trying to use a new program to do that I've never used before, and I'm running into some issues with it. And I think I'm gonna need to use a computer that has direct access to optical drives through SATA or IDE, and this computer can do all of the above. So that's what I'm trying to do, is get this computer working, and my video capture solution for it does not seem to be happy. So that's what I'm trying to fix right now. Let's see. Boom, okay. DVI cable directly plugged in. Monitor on. Alrighty. I'm gonna unplug the capture cable. That way it doesn't get weirded out. HDMI, no signal. Okay, we need to go to DVI input. I'm gonna bring you over to here, hide the laptop, that way you can see what I'm seeing. So this is the setup. All right, I got a little bit of catching up here to do. So I can do it on the laptop. See, life of a retro enthusiast is never that easy. Yeah, that is very much true. See, a random question: if I install another OS on another drive on my Arch Linux box with the OS prober to pick it up and add it to my Boot menu. Yeah, that should work. Yeah, it should work. You can also manually edit grub entries if you want. There's a way of doing it correctly. Additionally, I would just recommend installing Refind. It's better. Let's see, like a Nakamichi changer drives that CRD showed off. If that's what you're talking about, see, Cindy Freak, did you follow up here? Nothing simple then. Excellent. I've got the right channel. Yeah. If it's like the Nakamichi drive, I do have one of those. I actually did a video on that in like 2017. But I have better, much more interesting drives than that I haven't shown off, that I actually bought for this project that ended up not working out for it. So it's kind of like a whole thing. But one of these days, I'll do a video. They're just really complicated. Let's see. Ripping a disk now using USB SATA CD-ROM interface with Aru? Really? I'm jealous. We got beeps. We have a lot of beeps. Okay. You got... Wait, it doesn't seriously want me to count those beeps, does it? Come on. That's way too many. No, we aren't doing that. Nah, pass. Yeah, like 30 beeps. Yeah, exactly. No, we're not doing that. What? That's new. Let's try a different video port. Dude, I'm gonna be annoyed if this thing's broken. I have no idea. I haven't... All right, let's... why can nothing just go simply? All right. I'm not even going to look at what you guys are suggesting. Here's the thing. I'm just going to open it up, take it all apart, reseat everything except for the CPU, and put it back together. Because I don't care what the error messages are at the moment. This thing has been moved for a while. Well, it hasn't been used in a while, and it was moved. So it's more likely that something got unsettled than anything going wrong. So I'm not worried about whatever error messages it is yet. Vorpal Sword, you have both missed a lot and not much. We have got the software running, but then it didn't work. And now we're trying to get the system working, which it's being very combative. All right. Okay. So let's get into this computer here. All right, so look at that Hyper 212 Evo. Man, have those fallen out of favor. We got a bunch of stuff in here. I'm going to take out everything that isn't needed while I'm at this. There's some things there. Is that really just being used as a Molex adapter to go to the fans? Wow. Okay, there's things there. Hey, look, graphics card. Hopefully that didn't go bad. I'll be sad if my GTX 260 is dead. I know there's no point, but it's bad. I want to add an Omega zip disk. Yeah, there would be no point. Let's see. According to the manual, continuous short beeps. Power error. It's a CX750 and it's relatively new. That would be weird if that thing went bad. I mean, that's not a bad power supply there. Yeah, clearing CMOS, that wouldn't be a bad way to go either. Could do that. All right, get this thing out. Can you believe it that this is a graphics card that just like sucks? It's really weird. This thing looks so modern, but it's very, very old. See, is the CPU power cable unplugged? I don't know. Like I said, I'm reconnecting everything here. That's what I'm doing. There's the floppy cable. Oh, the floppy drive's actually connected. What do you know? Yeah, I did really nice cable routing for it. Oh, we got 2 PCI slots. Sweet. We can have all the SCSI. I got a random brand CR2032 that I'm just going to yoink for a little bit here. Not yet leaking. That's good. Lovely cable management. This is, I mean, how do you cable manage a system with 6 drives in it that all just dump the cables right into the main area? There's not a lot you can do here. Does it support 2 floppy drives or just 1? I don't remember. This is one of those really fun systems where it's like impossible to get the CPU power cable in with the heatsink installed. I think I just snapped that bracket. Cool. So Hyper 212 Evo does not age well. There we go. See, why are some of the sockets blue and some white? The blue ones are because they wanted it to look cool. There's no rules. Cable management in that system means making sure the cables don't hit the fans. Exactly. Which is what it did when I first tried to power it up. Dude, why is this so tough? Oh my gosh. Oh, because the clips are on the other side. That's why. All right, there's that. All right, try not to break those. Let's get out our Corsair Twin X RAM. Oh yeah! Why is there cat hair in the thing? Look at that. Boo! Yeah, actually that's not Twin X. But it is extreme. Alrighty. So I find that zip tie is the only way to cable manage anything older than 2010. Yeah, this is period correct cable management, by the way. Alright, that's all the really critical stuff. Oh, the motherboard main power. Let's yoink that. That didn't want to come out. There we go. Okay, that's everything disconnected. Now we will start reconnecting. Motherboard power. I guess I can bring this over slightly more, maybe. Let's see. Very correct cable management. Yes. No, this is DDR2. They're real proud about it too. Look at. Where is it? Boom. DDR2. Bam! Right there on the motherboard. Yeah, no, there's no ISA slots because it's a 64-bit processor. You can have one or the other, not both. All right, I'm gonna put you right there so you can enjoy this from the other side now. I'm gonna bump that up a little too so you can actually see what's going on in there. See, went from debugging software pages on today Ubuntu hardware purpose-built computer for CD archiving. Yeah, this is a very tech tangents type thing to be dealing with. So all right, there's our IDE, single IDE channel for some stupid reason, but there's our floppy as well back there. So all right, get the RAM back in here. Make sure those are all open. All righty. We got one cap right in the middle of the RAM. That's really dumb. Let's see. Look closely at the top of those dim heat spreaders. Are there LEDs? No. What are you talking about? LEDs. Oh, hello, Xbox TV. Did you just show up? Because... Boom! Memorex manual. Oh man, focus is really bad. Camera, learn how to autofocus, man. Yeah, there's that. Also, Xbox TV, the manual mentioned something that we saw earlier that was the first time I've seen anything about this. It claims, where is it? Was it in the disk section? Care. Let me go to the discs. Basic features available without discs. Apparently it can do something without discs in it. Supposedly. I don't know. So I'm gonna have to actually read through the whole manual to figure out what on earth it's talking about, because I have not seen anything about that before. So yeah, interesting. RU worked fine for me on Arch Linux with USB CD drive all the way. Strange. I don't know what. Maybe it doesn't work with that one because it's weird. I don't know. I don't have a lot of them. so I don't have any others to really test with. I do have an iOmega CD drive down here by my feet, but I feel like it's really not going to do much better, or it's only going to do CDs. So, see, period correct be full UV, not quite. That's a little older than this, but we will be doing that eventually on Windows XP PC. See, I have a hunch that fan in the back is UV reactive. No, it's just blue. That's it. I think it might have, yeah, it has blue LEDs in it too. That's what it is. See, long for RGB vomit RAM, yeah. Let's see, okay. Put the CR2032 back in there before I bury it under the graphics card. Plug CPU power back in. Boom, alrighty. That SBC I have runs Core 2 Quad 16 gig RAM. It has ISA slots on the backplane. Yes, but are they the like hamstrung ISA slots, or are they full DMA compatible? You can put a sound blaster in there ISA slots, because I suspect they are the latter. Dude, cable, get out of my way. I've got to put the fan in. There we go. That is plugged in. All right, GPU. Yes, this is a QX9650 Xbox TV. This is a system that I built specifically. Well, it's a system that I built specifically because I wanted a Windows 7 era computer, but I gave it second life as being specifically for CD ripping. So, Sound Blaster is broken, only AdLib and game port work. Yeah, I suspect it's because they don't have DMA. So that's the problem with the newer systems that don't have, or that have ISA slots. They're not full ISA slots. Did you remember to plug in CPU power? CPU power is plugged in over here, this cable. It's plugged in. All right. So I took out the IDE cable that was in there. Pretty sure I had the same motherboard, E480. This is I can move this label out of the way. Now I can actually read it. This is a GAEP 45UD3P. Someone actually linked it up earlier, but it won't. You won't be able to see that because you just joined. So, but yeah, it is a gigabyte board. I mean, as is obvious with the giant gigabyte heatsink on it. See, E8400 is the CPU. Ah, okay. All right, I think that's it. So I'm just gonna leave it on its side and try powering it up. See if it complains again. Power button. Trying to rearrange this so you can see what's going on in there. There are lights over there getting blocked by a cable perfectly. Beep. Single beep. That's good. Dude, autofocus is so bad on this thing. Oh, it is focused. Okay. Wow, 30 FPS fan looks really weird. Yeah, it sounds like it did post. So we're good. I will shut it off and put it back together. There we are. Autofocus to there. Okay. Yeah, I really had a feeling it would work. It was just cranky because it got moved. It got moved a bunch. So I was really not surprised or disheartened by that. Oh, absolutely, Hiram. That will be the law of the universe, is that working now does not mean working later. I am very well aware of that universal constant. All right, there's monitor. I think I actually want a different power cable going to the computer. This one. Boom. Okay. Mouse. Network. Keyboard. Watch, the keyboard's like shorting the bus or something stupid like that. DVI cable. Wish I remembered which port was primary on this thing. All right, that's it for there. DVI cable here goes the way I don't want it to go. There we are. And then there is power, which does go the way I want it to go. Bingo. All right. Let's see. Boom. No HDMI. It's still not HDMI. Monitor. It is DVI. Beep. Eh. Come on. Show me the thing. Might be the other display output. VGA, DVI, and come on. Boom. There we go. Video. Okay. Getting close. Now, okay, so, yeah, it's actually just a clear plastic bezel on it. Thanks for the focus, camera. All right. Have video, which means we don't have to change the connector. I do need to plug in the SSD that has the boot data on it, and then tell it to boot from that. Okay, before we do that though, yoink. Where did it go? What are we doing? Okay. F12. Boot menu. Booting DOS. Booting DOS on my quad-core computer because why not? This is DR DOS, which I actually haven't booted before. It wants to install. So I can't actually let this run, but yeah, that was kind of fun. The boot was slow because it was off of a floppy disk. we booted this. But now I'm gonna let it boot off of the SSD. So now it'll actually work. But I just wanted to, for giggles, show that it can boot off of a floppy disk. Actually, can I get into BIOS? Let's make sure here of something. Standard BIOS features are CMOS features. We can only have one floppy drive, Helen Croft. So now we know. We have DVD, 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 and DVD. I do have two of similar model disk drives, but they are slightly different. They show up as the same model number, even though they are different. So that's an interesting thing. But that's fine. So I think we can go ahead and just boot now. I have no idea what we will need. We'll find that out when we get into there. I can potentially connect this to the capture system now though. So once this gets booted into Ubuntu, I will do that. Because it seems like it's working and happy, and then you guys will get a better shot. So, see, the board will run an E8400 at 4 gigahertz. I mean, would I want that over a QX9650? Because as far as I'm aware, QX9650 is basically top of the line, except for the QX9660, which is barely better and like 3 times as expensive. Is this UEFI compatible? No idea. I'm pretty sure it's UEFI with Core 2 stuff. How is this modern? How modern is this? I think it's 2004. It's been a while. I don't remember. What do we got for boot up here? That board is pre-UEFI? All right, then. I don't know. I'm not really that worried about that kind of stuff, so. At the time, clock speed was top priority for games. Yeah. I don't think this is a slouch, but I don't fully remember. Why is this not doing things? So you turn that 3-mode floppy thing on in the BIOS? Well, Croft, I could, but we're not, like, using it right now, so it doesn't really matter. This is bugging me, though. Yeah, I actually kind of agree with Noodles there. Once UEFI is understood and working, it's really sweet. Yeah, Minjenko Tech, I know I can do that. You're a little ahead here. I'm just trying to let it boot and see if it's just going to work here first. So, let's see. What's sweet about it? Because you can have a single file that is easily bootable, and when it's set up right with something like Refind, you can just choose a boot file to execute. You can also change the boot order in your BIOS to choose different boot files on the EFI partition. So you can use your BIOS as a boot manager if you really know what you're doing. All right, let's restart this. And I think it got fully-ish into Linux, or at least Intram FS or whatever. Oh, there we go. I was going to say it because it didn't do Control-Delete, but in there it did. All right. UEFI has no floppy support. All right, well, once this, actually, I guess I can move this over here for you guys. There, you can kind of more see it. What's rotating? Oh, the threads are loose. I was going to stop by Walmart today and get Loctite and a Sierra 2032 for the everything but the kitchen sink board, but ended up going to the post office instead, which was not needed because there was nothing there. I'm going to turn this thing off and on again because it's not happy. Maybe the power supply is going bad. I think the power supply is bad. What? That sucks. Even without what someone said about the, yeah, Cobrian, I'm not too sure about that. Usually on any system, once you have a weird problem that doesn't make sense like this, it's power supply. It is just power supply. So I would bet money it's power supply basically at this point, because it doesn't make sense for it to be anything else. Huh. That is the GPU beeping. What? I've never heard of a GPU beeping. Well, swapping the power supply is going to be like an ordeal. Not GPU beeping, but the computer itself saying to say the GPU is bad. I mean, GPU is a beeper to tell about power not being plugged in. Well, it's definitely plugged in. That's very much plugged in. Fan RPM too low? I wouldn't. I mean, how would I even determine that? It's not like I have a tachometer for those things. So like you're saying GPU being able to tell the operating system that the fan is running too low, or yeah, I think I might have a swappable GPU. Did I find the other? Oh man, actually, do I know where the GTX 960 is? Where did that end up? Because I have that. That's out. Where did that go? It's just like I have a graphics card that's missing. You know, it's. Where did I put it? Because I think there's a 970 in the capture PC now, which means the 960 is loose. Unless I put it in something else. I don't think I did. This is a problem with in-betweeners. Yeah, onboard graphics? No. No. Double check. No. Let me go look for the 960, because it should be somewhere. Oh, it's right here. All right, we're going to put in a much, much, much better but lower-end graphics card. Let's see. No, there's definitely not an onboard GPU. Absolutely not. There are no video ports on the back of the motherboard. So. All right. Pull the 260 out, which is, I'm going to guess, a horrendously inefficient graphics card. I will be sad if this card is dead. It's kind of useless, and I don't care about it, but I will be sad because it's kind of cool. The only reason that I would not suspect it to be the power supply is that it's a fairly new power supply made by a reputable brand. Elsewise, though, bad power supply. I mean, that's it. Huh. Oh my gosh, that fan is awful. It's some like weird open squirrel cage. Ugh, weird. Huh. Alright, set that over there. Pop this in. So much lighter, so much cheaper, garbagier. Takes less power. Probably, well, it's gonna definitely perform way better. Has DVI good. Also has HDMI, so I can just plug that in straight up. Probably will do that. Only takes one power connector. Pfft, clearly less good of a GPU. I wonder what effect acetone would have on scratched surface of a CD-ROM. It's polycarbonate. You would have to look up what the interaction between acetone and polycarbonate is. Polycarbonate, I think, is generally considered a fairly stable material, so I don't know. All right. Oh man, this card only has one SLI port. It's clearly worse. Oh. Take that, camera lens. All right. See, car polish, toothpaste. Yeah. There was something I used. What did I use? It wasn't toothpaste. Never really had good luck. Once the disc is scratched, this is kind of done. But I can't remember. I'm not going to bother. Put the side panel. Beepity beep beep. Okay, not GPU. So power supply. All right. Okay. Did I just use the 1000 watt EVGA power supply somewhere? I feel like I did. Or is it still just chilling down here? That's right there. All right. Okay. This just got a lot more complicated. we're going to skip this computer. But we might pilfer some disk drives. Because I don't really feel like untangling that whole power supply mess right now. That's a big time sink. Yeah, so we're just gonna yoink the whole thing. And in its place, it's gonna go an i5 4670K. No optical drive, but this is one that I was trying to set up for archival stuff, and it's gonna have something. I'm gonna show you guys this, okay? And then, but I'm gonna preface this by telling you, you can't have one. They don't make them anymore. I've never found another one. Look at this amazing media bay that has an IDE port on the front of it. It's awesome. It rocks. It's so handy. You can't get one. So, yeah. Yep. Yep. I have the drawer with all of the accessory cables for this. So, yeah, that thing rocks, but you can't get one. So, all right. I need to get my pliers and fix this ball mount. It's driving me crazy. I'll be right back. The optical drive that is currently in the streaming computer was previously in this system, but that is not an ideal drive, so it won't matter. But yeah, this thing rocks. Yeah, so Sloppy Pony, the other system's just not gonna work. No, it says no thank you. So we're gonna use this computer, which is a Haswell 4670K, but it needs an optical drive added, so I will be doing that. Okay, maybe get those metal shards away from the camera. Maybe that'll be good. Here, actually tighten this thing down a little more. Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, there's a power supply issue with the other computer. I'm pretty confident of that. It was not working and working sporadically all at the same time. And to me, that means one thing, power supply. And I don't feel like diagnosing and troubleshooting dumb power supply problems right now. So we're just swapping the computer. This one has a different power supply altogether in it. So a lot easier to just get going. It has a Corsair TX850M in it. So yes, Cooler Master, Windows ME sticker, Pentium 4 sticker. It's never had either of those on it. Okay, this has no GPU, so I'm actually gonna have to go grab the 960 out of the QX9650, or we can put the 260 in, but no. So let me go grab that 960. Oh, I put all the screws in it. All right, it's gonna take me a moment, and I don't feel like trying to stack these on top of each other, so I'm just gonna do it over there. So I'll bring this up so you can see me, and I can say hi while I'm working over there. Okay, if you're going overkill for a task, go full overkill, yeah. All right. Hi, I'm gonna take the GPU out because I have it over here. I'm very disappointed that the power supply in this computer died. That was not an insubstantial power supply that I dedicated to this computer, and I did it so that it would be able to weaken over time without it becoming an issue. I thought it would weaken to like maybe 400 watts and it would be good for a long time, but not just die. That's really annoying. And I'm gonna have to mark it as dead PSU later too. Wonder how long this one's got. 2014 build. Its days are probably numbered. Let's see. Yeah, Hellencroft, no, you're not getting one of those media bays. It's just not going to happen. I've tried. I want to buy like 4 more, but they don't exist. I've tried again and again and again to get another one. And I've had many people ask me, where do you get that when they see it? And then I have to tell them it doesn't exist anymore. So that's why I prefaced it by saying you're not going to find one. I don't want anyone getting their hopes up. Like, oh, look at this cool thing. You can't have. I wish you could have it, because then I could have more, but you can't. All right, optical bay or drives over here are loose, so I can just pull one out. And I'm going to go for one of the Asus drives to start here. Oh, that's right, these suck to pull out. Where'd that screwdriver go? There it is. Oh. These are all really weird in how they go in. It's like some retention mechanism that allows you to hot swap the drives, kind of, but it still has to have a screw put in, and then the screw doesn't fit through the front of the case, so you have to put it in while it's inside the unit anyway, completely defeating the purpose of having the hot swap latch. So whatever. Goodwill, the only place I shop for computer parts. All right. Boom. Open that. Slide it in. Lock it in place. Boom. Alrighty. Where's power? There it is. Bingo. Boingo. All right. GPU, optical, hybrid CPU cooler. I'm sure that won't cause me any problems in the long run. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. What failure mode do ceramic capacitors have? Explosive. Go back together. Oh, I can plug this in so the side fan turns on. Let's see. People here think this stuff is old, and I have stuff like this laying around that I used all the time. Doesn't seem that long ago. Xbox TV, the problem is that the way technology ages now is a lot more catastrophic than it was then. And the feature sets that these things have make them unsuitable for modern use for some use cases. Personally, I feel like this 4670K is going to be fine for a CD ripping computer, but it would not be up to the task of doing any of my other modern tasks or duties. So it depends on what you want to use it for. Okay. Get stuff plugged in. Network, PS2 keyboard, because yes, this still has that. USB mouse. Okay, video. And power. Boom. That's it. All right. Boop. Oh yeah, I didn't plug in the boot drive. This actually has USB 3. This USB 3.0 hub on the front here, I bought that new. It has worked never. Ever. It's infuriating. I hate that thing. It's garbage. So I'm gonna plug the drive into the back. All right, and it wants a boot device, which means it's working. And bingo. All right. Press any key. I have one in. Hold on. It's just cranky. You know, actually, one moment. Ugh, getting a flashlight because I've needed it multiple times here. And I suspect something about this motherboard, and I want to make sure it's true before I say it. It didn't make sense when I was thinking it. No, okay, I thought this had floppy, but it doesn't. Oh no, fan's eating my hair. Give me that back. I need that. Okay. Okay. See, hello, Perfect World. So this is your first time chatting, and so use FX for for non-gaming stuff. You're gonna have not too difficult of a time with some things. So, bingo. That looks Linuxy. All right. See, did you firmware update the USB 3.0 hub? No. I doubt it has one. It's Amazon garbage. It says RAID Max on it, and it's not a RAID hub. That's not how that works. So it's just garbage. Let's see. I don't think this ACPI error is significant. I think it just needs a moment. Pretty sure I booted this SSD on this system, actually. Let's see. Oh, man. How long have we wasted on trying to get another computer working since the USB drive on a laptop doesn't work? There are always ACPI errors? Exactly, yeah. Turn the SSD around, maybe, see if it's blinking. It is not blinking. I don't like that. Control Alt Delete, Alt System Request RES UIB. I want to see what it actually says. F11, just for giggles. Samsung. How do you like my custom labeling there for the mic and headphones, because they're not properly labeled on the thing? Hello, Unimatrix, since it's your first time chatting. Yeah, I don't think more RAM is going to help. Probably have to change IDE to ACPI. Maybe, but it's off of a USB drive, so it's kind of weird. Looks like stickers from far away. It's silver Sharpie on black plastic, so Reset the router? No. Alright, I am going to just hard off this thing. Oh, that's right. It doesn't like that. It gets weird. Just do. Where is it? Oh, it's all the way at the bottom. I hate new computers. Put power supply at the bottom. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, USB boot is not perfect on this, that's for sure. Okay, F11, I think I missed it. So it's gonna do whatever it's gonna do. I would like to see grub and then edit it. Radu, it is not a Pentium 4. There's just a sticker for Pentium 4 on there. This has never had a Pentium 4 in it. I know, because I bought this case brand new for $50 at Fry's Electronics. Please don't tell me the power supply in this thing has died. I will be very sad. David, I think we've been slowly discovering that all of my medium modern computers are dead because power supplies are failing. My QX9650 system, this thing's acting a little weird now, so, Let's do a reset. Let's go into BIOS. Yeah, today's the day that all the PSUs failed, yeah. Not Caps Wiki. No, we're not recapping like 2015 power supplies. We're throwing them away and buying new ones. It's not worth it. Not when they were not that great to begin with. And I'm sure Grub came up the first time. Yeah, I thought so too. So, did you ever get your office's power check? No, it's not really a thing I can even do, so. Yeah. Oh no, this is. I've said it multiple times now. It's an i5 4670K. This is a very new system, 2014 era. I'm just trying to figure out why it keeps dying. Temps are good. I mean, this is like still a fairly usable, competent system. I need a SATA interface for connecting a disk drive. So, cam is pretty blurry. Stupid thing. There. That should help. Let's see. Yeah, they still use basically the same BIOS. I briefly had a MSI board for my i9-9900K system, so yeah. Yeah, Helencroft, you can get it without IDE, but who wants it without IDE? Oh my gosh, it's hilarious seeing those temps, 30 and 26C. I've never seen temps that good because I've never had them in a room this cold. Yeah, I was kind of hoping it would just like die here, but apparently not. All right, F11. Well, escape. Yeah, quit without saving. All right. Bring up the boot menu again. Yeah, I keep it at 70 in here. Noodles, power supplies are like the #1 problem for systems, from my experience. Of course, I have like 20 computers from the capacitor plague era, so that's not exactly fair. But yeah, in my experience, not good. Dude, computer, what is your deal? It tried to read the boot device. It got into the Linux kernel before, but then it stopped. And then I tried to restart it, and now it's not doing anything. Okay, it's going to show the BIOS splash. Boom. F11. Boom. Okay. This looks a little weird, but it's okay-ish. Pick the Samsung SSD. Cursor goes away, which I'm not so sure about. The Samsung drive is blinking, so there's that. Samsung drive has stopped blinking. Yeah, I guess I could throw in a Win 7 disk, actually. That's not an invalid point here. I have them all sitting over here. We got home. That would be, that's upgrade. It's gonna yell at me if I try that. But, we'll find out. Could it be an issue with UEFI? I doubt it. Maybe the install? No, I think it's fine. The install on the drive's probably fine. I feel like you're transferring some kind of ancient curse between systems. Yeah, really. Yeah, that's my suspicion, Noodles. Something like that. Because it'll run in VGA mode, basically, when the BIOS is running. So it's actually pretty light on the system. I like how if you get home Windows 7, you get the boring, like, clamshell version instead of the sweet, like, Vista fold-out version. Anyway, let's pop this in. Why are there 2 discs? Upgrade 64. Oh, 64 and 32-bit. Wait, there's 3 discs. It's in the back. Oh, I like me. I am smart. Pay no attention to the blank CD-ROM that's going into the drive. I mean, I put in one of the Windows 7 install disks. That's what I just did. Alright, let's go back to BIOS here and boot that. Alright, oh, I forgot to hit the boot menu, and it's trying to boot the SSD. My fault there. Alrighty, come on. I did Control-Alt-Delete, but I think it's in the middle of something. Hit reset. Let's do that. F11s, okay. Computers suck. Yeah, I wasn't intentionally using this keyboard. I had to do a keyboard change. Press any key to boot from CD. There we go. Boom. All right, Windows 7 seems to be working. Let's see if it gets into its GUI. This is still VGA mode. And I'll just state this right up front right now. There's nothing you guys can say that will make me install Windows 7 on this computer to try Aru with it. Nothing. I will burn a Ubuntu install disk before we do that. Starting Windows, that's not VGA mode. I don't use Arch, Manjenko Tech. I do not prefer Arch. It will be Kubuntu. Genome sucks. No mouse, okay. Still no mouse, alrighty. Is Aru compatible with CryoFlux? That's a good question. I have no idea. Theoretically, it could be. Dude, why is this mouse not working? Did I not plug it in? The laser's not even on. It works. It was just plugged into the streaming PC where it was last in use. Okay, weird. I want to see it detect the SSD, and then we'll call it here. See, Shift F10 for command prompt. Boom, boom. Alrighty. LS. All right, so it's got stuff there, but still no mouse for some reason. Motherboard might have bad USB bus. I mean, that's... I'm not thrilled about that potential, but it's possible. Let's close this. Alt F4. Oh, no. Exit? Exit. Okay. Pay no attention to the number of options I have. Okay. Custom. No drives were found. Okay. Well, it's USB, which is weird. But let's see. Yeah, Windows 7 needs drivers for USB 3 to work. That's what I was thinking. So, see, Aru is an old open feature request for CryoFlux. Okay. Doesn't even fully support the file format. There's nothing for Greaseweasel. All right. What, David? I have no idea what you're talking about. Windows 7 AIO. I mean, all-in-one. Is that what you called it? That sounds like a thing that dirty pirates would use. I know nothing about that. Let's see. I'm gonna plug this into a 2.0 port. See what that does. Okay. Refresh. It's not blinkety blinking. Is the install temporary? I'm not even installing it. I'm just trying to get it to detect a drive. Matter of fact, Alt F10, no, Shift F10, CD. Let's see, Shift F10, disk part. It's probably not gonna like it because it's all caps. Oh, nope, it's fine with it. All right, list. List volume. Boom, CD-ROM. That's not good. List disk. There are no fixed disks. V-disk? Removable? I don't know. No virtual disk. Okay, so it does not seem happy. That's annoying. I'm gonna plug this into the front for giggles. Why not? Light turns on. All right. Put this here. I don't know if you'll be able to see it blink. Probably not. It's really, really faint. LED is basically useless on it. I did try a USB 2.0 port. It still did not work. No fixed disks. I know it works. I'd used it on the laptop before I started it. It shows up there. Laptop says, yep, hey, look, that's a good looking SSD with a fully functional installation of Ubuntu on it. I could reboot the laptop off of this. I guarantee it. All right. Noodle's USB images are ISOs. They use basically a tool to decompress a disk image into a flash drive. See, I think the cool front panel has direct USB 2.0 header. No, I don't trust that those work on that thing. That thing's kind of garbage. It might actually be broken. You might have to reboot before the installer pick it up. Possible, yeah. Quantum Bigfoot put in the front, wasn't it? Let's see. Quantum Bigfoots are not easy to get a hold of. Reboot. No, wait, I can't reboot from disk part. I don't think I can reboot from here either, though. Reboot. Not a command. Okay. Let's exit. Boom. Still no mouse. Mouse didn't work in the USB 2.0 port either. There's one thing I can do. I can test if that mouse is still functional by pairing this from the laptop, plugging this receiver into here, boom, and then switching it to USB mode. And nothing. Okay. So Windows 7 just not like mouse at all? Was that it? So, yeah, I don't think it likes any mice right now. Yeah, it has a very, very overkill setup I'm trying to boot here. I was trying to boot this on a Core 2 Quad with a USB-C SSD over USB 2 though. So Windows 7 just doesn't like anything. Yeah. All right. Let's try. Clearly it'll boot. So let me take my totally official Windows 7 disk, and we're going to do a full reboot. Whoops. And I'm going to put this back in here. Underneath the other completely genuine discs that I have in here. We're going to try and boot USB 3 off of the 2.0 port, see what happens. It's blinking. Oh, it turned red. That was different. I don't know why it turned red. So it's trying. I'm going to bring you in close. Oof. See, blinkety blink. Oh, and then it stops. There it is. More blinkety blinks. So there's that. If I get you here, you can watch it blink and then look for changes on the display. It's trying. It's doing something. Yeah, I might burn a Ubuntu disk. See, I recently saw my CD case where I keep my Ubuntu installation media. Where did I put it? Where was it? This should work on this system. I mean, it works on the older one. I also have Ubuntu boot flash drives. Could use one of those too. Let's see. I bet this blue one would work. See what's on there. This is 2004 LTS. All right. So we can try booting this. Let's just do that. I mean, let's see, unsupported video card, it's 960. Ooh, onboard. Is it possible it's displaying onboard? That's a thing, isn't it? Let me do that. Let's check that. That's an interesting thought. I need to loosen the friction on this. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna go behind and I'm gonna swap it to the onboard video connector and see if that's showing anything. It looks like a no. David, the power supply on the older one is completely dead. So, all right, I don't think it's a graphics device issue. This operating system has the NVIDIA drivers installed anyway, so it shouldn't matter. The blinking is still going. All right, flash drive boot. Every single time the BIOS has picked up flash drive, so I don't think the USB controller's broken. All right, this also does UEFI. Boom. Why? I will prove that this works too. I'm gonna plug it in, and then we're gonna look at all the files on it. We're gonna see this. I'm gonna plug it into the USB 3 ports on the back too, just for extra salt rubbing. Let's do this, and then is it still going? Yeah, let's try this. Boom. I did that. Boom. All right. Is it gonna work? Yes, it is. Excellent. Look at this. Oh, hold on. Capture. Let's go back to there. All right. So, I'm gonna take this and we're gonna do one of these. Boom. So there's the system. All right. So, we're gonna do try Ubuntu. It's possible that the SSD I had installed does not have a UEFI install. It's most likely legacy, actually. Win 7 has no support for USB 3.0 and 2.0 ports are on the USB 2.0 controller. Yeah, so that makes sense. It should still be bootable, though. So, files, 500 gigabyte volume. Here is the perfectly functional and intact installation for the other version of Ubuntu that works, that has my CD ripping software somewhere. I thought it was right there. There it is. So there it is. It should be usable. Check boot. I mean, it should be boot. Boom, stuff. Should be usable. See, do you have USB-Y cable? I don't think so. CH root into it? Oh man, you want me to do complicated stuff, David. Actually, did I put Refind in this? I don't think I did. There's some CD cords. Let's see. I don't think it needs more power. Yeah, boot doesn't have EFI, by the way, so this is not an EFI install. So, why does this not boot? Because the system clearly works. So, we can rely on that. Also, what resolution did it pick? Why is it so weird? Is this 1912 or 1920 by 1200? Is that what this is? Displays. Yeah, weirdo Linux install. Do some normal resolution. Jeez. Why are they all strange there? 1080p. Boom. Keep changes. There we go. There is just enough input delay between the capture and the actual display that this is very disorienting, but still completely usable. 24 hertz, it really doesn't matter, but fine. You guys can only see 30 frames per second anyway. There we go. Keep changes. Ooh, yeah, 30 hertz. All right. See, Moonwire Ducky. Hello, since it's your first time chatting. I've had many problems booting USB 3.0 and 2.0 ports. I have special connection of old USB devices just for that purpose. So, can you boot it with VirtualBox? Probably not. I like 16 by 10, don't get me wrong. It's just the monitor that this is being displayed on is 16 by 9, so that means it is getting all of the worst scaling artifacts possible. So, the system works, the drive works, but the drive and the system don't work together. Why? It doesn't make any sense. Anyone know really quick how you can check the version of an install, or the install version of Ubuntu from the files? Like, where can I, probably actually in boot. It's probably got it in like grubs config or something. Chroot into it? You guys, I don't want to do that. That's complicated. Let's see, grub config, this probably has it. Control F Ubuntu. Okay, kernel 5. Just give me LSB. Cat, etc. LSB release. Perfect. But we're just gonna open it with GUI because we're already there. Etc. LMNO. LS. Perfect. Okay. Open text editor. So basically the same version that I've live booted here, but that one's a KDE install, which is much nicer. So, still won't really work, huh? See, I like the extra pixels you got with a 16 by 10 monitor. Capture cards are a bit finicky with 16 by 10. I mean, this one takes it. This Blackmagic capture card, it's supposed to only take like broadcast resolutions, but so far it's taken really nice, weird resolutions. Like I could set this to 1600 by 1200 and it will take it. Boom. And now you guys can have like a 4x3 display over there that would actually fit better with the space I have available for capture. But the thing is that all of the other stuff isn't going to do it. What about the Twitch chat? Could that be for the BIOS that's like newer UES, some or another? It was booting fine, but you have to have the official NVIDIA drivers that don't work with the GPU you have in there. The NVIDIA drivers are more like universal binaries, aren't they? Like, it should work. Let me go look at which version of the Ubuntu drivers are in there. Keep changes, all right. Try legacy mode in the BIOS since it does have UEFI. Grep cats manually figured out from there. You don't think they work with older devices? Well, this is, I don't know. Hold on. Etc. There's probably an NVIDIA folder in here. Or not. NVIDIA has different versions of the drivers, so the older devices require different ones. You cannot have both versions installed. Fine. All right. Let me check this real quick. This one might have Kubuntu installed. Kubuntu 2110. Okay, so we can install Kubuntu. We can install the exact same version of Linux as on my laptop on the SSD. How about we do that? And then from scratch, clean install, KDE, all that fun stuff onto the SSD, and there we go. Problem solved. I like how that is a Lexar jump drive icon right there. Don't lose the files. There is nothing of value on this SSD. Helencroft, I think what you need to do is average all of the checksums together, and then the mean of that will be the correct bits. So there you go. I'm just kidding. I don't know if you should upload that. That's a complicated one. Let's see, when you change resolution, the cam link just freeze on you, and you need to remove it again in OBS. Unimatrix. I have the cam link. Okay, cam link 4K USB 3.0 capture card stick. So I have a EasyCap USB 2. Or USB 3.2.1, and it does weird stuff like that too. It's really annoying. Lexar jump drives are amazing. I'd love them too. I agree. Okay, so actually, hold on. We can't even see grub when we boot off of the SSD for some reason, and that's pre-NVIDIA drivers. There's something else weird going on. Yeah. I'll agree with that, Helencroft. Better than nothing. I'm gonna reboot. Power off. Restart. For giggles, I'm gonna try the SSD one more time. And then we will try Kubuntu. Oh, that's wrong. Why do I have a mouse cursor on there? That should not be a thing that I could see. What? What? Oh no, this is Ubuntu still powering down. Okay. Weird. It's, the capture card's not doing good things there. What? Why do I have a mouse cursor? This shouldn't be possible. It just showed BIOS codes. What? Check the settings for GPU. Should use BIOS or UEFI add-on option ROM. All right, here's what I'm doing. Going to BIOS settings. Entering setup. There we go. Boom. So the GPU must be bad? What? That's not right. Okay, we're gonna plug it back into the normal monitor in case it's weirding it out. That's not good. You guys sure have a lot of questions for an installation I did like 2 years ago that I definitely can't answer. That's super weird. I think it may not like the EDID of the capture card. That was very strange, because that looks fine. Okay. I mean, Radu, it's a valid question. I have no idea. It's one of those things that it will take me time to figure out, or I can just do other stuff that it won't really matter for. Okay, so we can boot the Samsung, or we can boot one of the two data travelers, but I'm going to boot the Samsung. See what we get, or don't get. Grub should show up, though. Grub showed up on the other computer. I don't think Grub is instantly booting. Make sure focus is good. Boom. Said boom. Do the focus. Samsung site says it needs 8. It was working when the system was booted. So the drive is working just fine on the USB ports. We are unintentionally on a tech tangent right now, yes. We are being forced there on the course to the main path, which is just get the system working so that we can rip a CD. Wait, why is that out? Oh, it's Vista. That should be put back in. Ugh. I thought that was Poodle Hat. I don't want that left out. I didn't even think that there was a 32-bit version of Windows Vista Ultimate. Weird. Also, for the record, these DVD cases, these are the best things about Windows Vista. And you can take that however you want. See, I really don't like these indescribable issues. It takes all logic out the window. Exactly. This is really frustrating. That's why I'm about ready to just nuke the install on there with an EFI one from the Kubuntu flash drive, because I am done not being able to problem solve this. Because I have no symptoms to diagnose this with. I don't know what's going on. It's not giving me anything to work off of. So I think I'm just gonna nuke it. Sergeant Silver, I tried to warn you. You cannot have it. It does not exist anymore. If you ask the people who made it, they will deny any knowledge of it. Boot from next volume. I went back to Kubuntu. That would have been... Oh, because it's UEFI. You know what? We're gonna do one more stupid thing. We're gonna boot the flash drive in Legacy Boot. And then we're gonna try boot from next volume. Because partially I want to see that boot in Legacy. Boom, perfect. Okay, there is no boot next volume. That makes sense, because EFI doesn't work that, or non-EFI doesn't work that way. Standard BIOS. Okay. All right, we're gonna do EFI install on the SSD. I'm kind of done. Unless anybody, I'll go to the BIOS one moment. Does anybody have any weird UEFI, non-UEFI settings they want me to check in the BIOS? Because I'm willing to look in here and make changes. It's funny how much old BIOS boot stuff sucked even in recent history. Yeah, it's pretty terrible. Yeah, if anyone has any ideas of stuff to change in the BIOS right now, I will change it. But I have no idea. Integrated graphics configuration. iGPU is disabled. USB legacy support. USB configuration. USB legacy support is enabled. I will bring the camera in closer so you can actually see things. So, USB legacy enabled. Idea options for option ROMs. I don't think we're going to be doing option ROMs here. Disable XHCI. I have no idea what that is, but sure. This is a workaround for OSs without XHCI, something or another. Okay. Disabled. In Grub, I can't get to Grub. Oh, disable legacy USB support. Is that what you're saying? Disable legacy USB support? Wait, so we don't want... I don't know, whatever. We'll just try it. Then when it doesn't work, I'm going to set it back. Because it worked for booting the other flash drive. Grub from Kubuntu install drive. Okay, drop down to command line, chain loader HD1. Oh, okay, I'm not as familiar with that then, Portizo. That's interesting. USB... Legacy USB plus EFI. All right. Well, so far I'm not seeing anything else to try and disable. This hands-off support, so the BIOS gives it. This hands-off support, so the BIOS gives it to OS nicely. All right. I don't know. But so far it seems like that's it. So we will go with that. F10, save. All right, let's try booting the SSD. Now it doesn't show up. So one of those things made it not work. I'm gonna enable legacy USB support. F10, yes. Yeah. Because I had a feeling it wouldn't show up with that disabled, but just go through all the options so everyone is satisfied. They feel like they had their chance. So it'd be nice if we had a solution, but it's not feeling like we do. All right, T5, XHCI is disabled. It's probably blinking. It's blinked a whole bunch, but I'm not gonna read anything into it, anything at this point. Holding shift while for booting. Well, I can hold shift next time. It, I believe, is set to show, but we can try that. "100% satisfied." All right. I will Control Delete, hold Shift while rebooting here. Actually, does Control Delete work? Not actually sure. Watching. Yep, did. Okay. Hold Shift to disable extensions. Is that Mac? All right. Samsung SSD T5. All right. I'm going to hit enter and then hold shift. David, that's why I'm just giving this 5 minutes and then we're gonna wipe it. Again, there is nothing on this install that I care about, so I don't, it's fine, whatever. Just get another computer? Yep, all right, we're done. Installing EFI Kubuntu. The QX9650 system was literally the only reason that I had Legacy Boot set up on there at all. So I don't, if that one's dead, so it's not gonna work. What is he trying to rip? Everything. Cole Bryle? I don't recognize your name, but hello. I got a bunch of CDs, like a bunch of weird ones here. Like these are all super weird CDs. These are what I need to be able to rip. And I'm trying to test a program called Aru. You can see in the title somewhere around there, there's a command to get to the GitHub repository for it. Aru is supposed to be able to read those. It looks like it uses direct SCSI read commands for the disk drives, which means that it's pretty low level, which is good. That's what's needed. But I tried to run it on my laptop that's back there and use it with a USB drive for optical drive. Ooh, you know what? That optical drive is really old. It might be USB IDE, not USB SATA, and USB IDE may not be as well implemented as USB SATA is. So that could be why those of you who tried it with a USB drive had it work. So yeah, I'm just trying to use Aru to rip a disk to see if it will take multiple sessions and put them into one file with sub-channel data. So that's what I'm doing. The USB IDE is the most cursed combination of standards? Yeah. See, still not done with Aru? What? That's not right. If that's really how long it takes, then it has failed there. Yeah. See, already tested Aru does rip multi-session disk correctly. Extracting fails if multiple data sessions have the same name. Yeah, so I saw that. But I don't know if that's how long it takes. If that's really how long it takes, then it has failed there. Hmm, yeah. See, already tested Aru does rip multi-session disk correctly. Extracting fails if multiple data sessions have the same name. Yeah, so I saw that. But I don't know if that's how long it takes. If that's really how long it takes, then it has failed there. Hmm, yeah. See, already tested Aru does rip multi-session disk correctly. Extracting fails if multiple data sessions have the same name. Yeah, so that part's kind of weird, but what I want to make sure is that it will like reconstruct CD text, but then I also want to see what can you do with the RU file, because I mean, you know, I can make a direct copy of the disk with hardware copying stuff. That might be possible, but then I still have no digital backup. Oh no, why are you doing UI scaling? Gross. See, it's now in sector by sector mode and tries multiple times. So it shouldn't have to try multiple. Is your disk bad? Does it have like scratches and stuff? Because it shouldn't have to try multiple times unless it doesn't get a good read. Maybe Grub on the SSD has decided to output over the serial port. Yeah, really. Ciaro ended up trying multiple times on sub-channels before giving up. Ooh, okay. Vorpal Sword. This is... Tilwolf's time with ripping this disc is ridiculous compared to what you experienced, right? Like, it shouldn't be that long. Dude, KDE, what gives? Why'd you freeze? Yeah, it's, this shouldn't be this bad. I don't know what's going on. Same behavior on both. Yeah, but it's more likely your drive that's weird if anything is weird. KDE does this for you too? Sweet. Because, you know what? Might work. Hold on. Let's go to Virtual Terminal 2 and back. Nope, didn't fix it. Okay. So this should be loading the installation thing. Weird. Probably took 5-10 minutes for 300 megabytes of data. So yeah, I do have a mouse, but the mouse is at the GPU level. So once it's like set up, then it'll work. So as long as the system hasn't totally crashed. Yeah, top's not a bad way to go. Boom. Actually, my user's not in there. Okay, Ubuntu. Boom. Please log in. Okay, it's not happy. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I did not re-enable the XHCI, so maybe I should go do that. I don't know if that'll make a difference here, but yeah. So Ubuntu is the... Nope. So you... Oh, hold on. It's acting different. Did this finish? Still USB drive? No, it's a nice USB 3.0 one. It's connected to a 2.0 port. I think I'm gonna see this not work. Maybe? Actually, I think I'm gonna reboot, reset up USB 3.0, plug this into a 3.0 port rather than one of the horrible 2.0 front ports, and then reinstall, or then do the install off of USB 3 so it doesn't take 3 hours. Because, yeah, so let's just, you know what? Turn it off here, because there's nothing to lose. Boom. Plug it into the back. USB 3 ports. Bingo. Turn it back on, go into the settings, re-enable that thing we did. Actually, turn the power supply back on. Boop. Turn that back on. Go re-enable the things. Let's see, I had to step away for a bit. Have we been able to boot this machine? Yes and no. For some reason, it will not boot off of the legacy BIOS version of my SSD's installation. So we're trying to install an EFI version of it. And that was giving me problems, so I'm going to re-enable that, which we disabled as a test to try and get the legacy boot thing to work. So now I'm going to try this. I just used optimized defaults. I kind of have this system configured how it needs to, so. Alrighty. That there. Bingo. Gonna need to go to the future of USB 3. Now, yeah. Alright. Let's see this. Can't open dev SR0. Makes sense. There's no disk in there. It says no medium medium found. Still pulsing, so it's not hung. All right. Man, it's really trying to get disk drive stuff. Add user Kubuntu already exists. Man, it's got a lot of weird dumb errors. Mr. Extremely, hello, since it's your first time chatting. Yo, do you remember the foot pedal video on YouTube you made? I have the foot pedal right here, because I've used it for some of the stream stuff, but I've actually ended up using a point of sale Cherry keyboard instead. But I'm glad you liked it. I hope that that was helpful, because I tried to make that as well explained as I possibly can and have the GitHub repo set up with the documentation to go along with it. Let's see. Got dueling You Don't Know Jack 2 rips going. First one to upload it to archive.org wins. See, that was one thing I wanted to see, that SSD is on GPT. Oh yeah, that is something. We can check that before we wipe it, do the install. Well, we'll see when it tells us, hey, that's what's on there. At this point, we're going to be able to rip one disk at most if we get this installed, because this is now going to take so long to get this thing working. It's, oh man. Bleh. I wish I had like a nice stack of SATA SSDs that I could just put in systems like this, because this is just frustrating. All right, see if this gets farther this time. The thing went away. That makes me excited, but no. Really? It's interesting. I didn't know you could convert an MBR partition to a GPT one like that. I guess that makes sense, since they would probably have a bunch of legacy systems they wouldn't want to just do full reinstalls on. All right. Let's see. Ooh, that's not good. It's actually doing worse than it was before. Seriously, what is going on with this thing? Why are all of my old computers broken, or my like medium old computers broken? It makes no sense. It boots the Windows 7 setup disk without a problem. Ah! Okay. You know what? I bet it's Noval. I bet Noval just sucks, especially since it's doing this like horrible high DPI stuff. Oh yeah, why? Why? Wait, have I... This is not... Oh, wait a minute. What's going on here? Is this a persistent install? Well, that could explain some things. How is this like even a thing? What driver is it using? Why do I not have internet? Let's get stuff out that could dox me that it was apparently running. Yeah, it has the install icon, but it's apparently some kind of persistent... Oh, I clicked that. That was probably a mistake. Oh, wow, look at how long it's taking to refresh that. I also clicked that, and that never showed up, so that's a... Oh, whoa. Okay, I think it did just show up, and it, like, only somewhat worked. Okay, that's a thing. Yeah. Oh, did it actually pop up there? Am I going to regret clicking this again? Yeah, I think I'm going to regret clicking that again. Let's open a console if we can. Another side quest? Yeah, really. I'm starting to regret all the things here. Can I... do something. Yep, this is weird. LS. Okay, so that works. Printout. I've used this to do a printout. Cat printout. Yep. When? When did I put this together? In January? What? I mean, that makes sense for 1201, but geez, all right. There's clipboard data. Wow, okay. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, let's do fdisk. Sudo fdisk. You guys want to see what the stuff is that's going on. Actually, hold on. I should just do -L. So you guys want to see if there's like a GPT partition or something. Yeah, this will be quick enough, Radu. Okay. Sudo fdisk -L. Bingo. Okay. 500 gig drive is, I mean, it can't be GPT if it's not EFI. Disk type DOS. Okay, so it's not GPT. There you go. All right. Yeah, I'm not doing an install with DD. I'm not a fan of that. That's how you end up with some weird hybrid nonsense like this. Wait, is that gonna work? Oh, it's gonna try. Maybe. Ignore. Okay, sure. Oh man, all right, here's the deal. If I can get past the part where I select the partition layout before 4 hours, then we will let the install run. I bet that's not gonna happen. I'm gonna plug in network here real quick. Network, oh, it's loose, but all right. But if not, we will regroup tomorrow. I will uncheck. Actually, downloading updates really doesn't take that long. What drivers does it have to prepare? Oh, you guys really can't see anything, but I'm not gonna, since the graphics card wigged out so much when I connected it to the capture card, I'm not gonna try that again here. Okay, I need to tighten that seams. Where is the flathead driver? You know what, this will work. There we go. I keep having to retighten that. I think this is like just barely capable of holding this up. Mr. Extremely, I've been inadvertently taunting people with that all stream because you cannot get one. See, also checking out the memory writer tomorrow? No, that's dependent on how reading the manual goes. I don't know. If this doesn't get, we're not getting to it tomorrow. I'm just gonna state it right now. It's not happening. We're not gonna get this resolved before then. All right, use entire disk. I don't really care how. Do whatever you want. Go. We have to get past this. Looking like we're actually going to. All right, it's gonna work. Okay, we'll let this install, then tomorrow we'll pick up. Yep, perfect. Okay. Somewhere around there. Continue. Man, it wants to complain about this thing here. Let's see, sure, that username, choose password, log in automatically, password, because this is a floating install, does not actually get set up anywhere. LP. What is this flash drive? Float. Actually, it's an SSD. SSD. There. Continue. All right. Boom. All right. I guess this is going to work. So yeah, as soon as this is done, then we're calling the stream. And we'll figure it out tomorrow. While that's going, this has been bugging me whole time. This thing is getting floppy. Can I tighten it? I think I can, actually. There's screws in the bottom of the stool I could get to. Maybe I can make this thing not wobble around as much. So while that's going, I'm going to work on this. Let's be real, you're not going to miss a whole lot on the install process that you've all probably seen a bajillion times. So maybe turn this down too. Oh yeah, that's better. Let's see. Yes, Mr. Extremely, we are. And that's about all I'm going to go into because I don't want to be the in-between to get information about Jiraga. Aha. That one was loose. Oh no, there's a sticker on here that says household use only. I'm breaking the rules. It's a little better. It's not perfect, but it's better. See, I checked back and we're now repairing a stool. Yep, that's how it goes, Cody. Just remove the sticker, problem solved. Just leave the sticker at home so the sticker is always having household use. Oh yeah, the focus is probably awful. Okay. Get you framed up so you can see progress on there. Boom-ish. There. All right. 33%. The sticker won't stick to the cat, I guarantee it. Doesn't seem to be making progress. Yeah, you're right, but it might also just be taking a while. Yeah, autofocus on the Blackmagic Pocket 4K is one of its weak points. It does not have continuous autofocus, and the actual autofocus is just eh. So, yeah. Actually, I'm not sure. Is autofocus a feature of the lens? Or is it a feature of the camera on Micro Four Thirds? I'm not sure. I know the camera doesn't do continuous autofocus, but I'm not sure. Whatever. Yeah, if the install fails, okay, new rule here. If it doesn't get past this by 410, then we're calling it. Joys of filming LCDs, yeah, no OLPF in this, so yeah. Although I can do this, rotate it, and there you go, problem solved. And if this does not work, then I will also create a new bootable flash drive. So. Yeah, there's no real good guarantees that the Kubuntu 2110 Stellation Proc is going to actually work here. Got 5 minutes to go. Anyone? Let's see. Is there something more entertaining we can do for 5 minutes than stare at this? Hello, Froop Reloaded. I don't know if that's just something funny to say, or if maybe you're a non-English speaker. This is an English stream. I don't know. I haven't got to a point where I'm going to decide whether or not to block non-English chat yet. I might, but I would prefer if you can speak English. Okay, good evening. All right. Is it too late for a bite break? Nah, I can do a bite break right now. We can do that. A bite break will be the end. You'll actually get 1 extra minute. So if you want to redeem a bite break right now, go ahead. And then that will be the end of the stream after that, because I have a suspicion this is not going to work. Let's see. If you're doing a new install USB, consider looking into. I don't know what that is. I'm just basically gonna DD the ISO onto the flash drive. I pick. Oh man, that makes it hard. All right, I'll be back. Alrighty. What do I want to read from Byte? Let's see here. Man, there's 287 issues to pick from. I'm spoiled for choice. But the longer I drag my feet here, the longer I have to be live. So let's just pick one at random. Okay. I picked a later one, so I don't know how well this is gonna go. First off, I see that the cover's folded in, and I'm gonna have to fix that. So we'll be correcting that, because that's bad. All right. Kind of hard with the computer here. Oh good, it's not cut off or anything weird. Yeah, cover's pretty blah. Like I said, it's going to, it was a later one. Well, all right. 5-minute timer.
Sure, 5 minutes. Starting now.
State of the art in desktop multiprocessing. That's an interesting one. But I think I'm just going to kind of look through here and see what we've got going on. Man, those Dells are awesome. Wow, that is a very pretty laptop. That's weird to see a 486 with a 5153 Cologne monitor. That's very strange. Let's see. What do you think? Intel ad here? Oh, Gateway 2000. Really? With a Volcano. Huh. Okay. That's unexpected. Oh, there's the Any key. The Any key includes a numeric pad and a separate full-function cursor pad with diagonal keys plus 2 sets of function keys located along the top and left side. The Any key's versatility is rivaled only by its simplicity. You can learn to program it in just a few minutes. If you goof, you can easily reset the keyboard to normal configuration, and if you hate the idea of programming anything, you'll still love the feel of and extra keys on the Any key. The Any key keyboard is an option with all Gateway 2000 computer systems. That's hilarious. See, camera really likes hair. Was my hair down in there? Or is this the camera on me? We have used that keyboard for a change keyboard already. That's part of why. Oh, well, that's interesting. One moment. This is actually not that. This is weirder. If I open this, C++ Developers Edition, version 2.1. This is a VHS tutorial on how to program in C++. And there are a bunch of cassettes in here. There's 6 of them in there and a book. So yeah, I have that. I gotta go through that someday. I don't know that it's archived. I haven't gotten around to it. VHS archiving's a little more difficult, and I think I got this after the last time I did it. Also, there's a book that goes with it, and I didn't previously have a way of archiving the book until now because it's glue bound, so that's a thing that I can do now. So yeah, look, very short. They were very short. Yeah, the spools were enormous on that. So all right, I have actually found an ad for the video set. This is just for the development environment, which I don't have, but the video set was like $600. So yeah, I've seen both in Byte. Oh, that's like the standard 46 case that people get. It has the turbo and megahertz stuff in the middle of it, which is why I like mine so much, because it's at the top. It's very unusual. Let's see, that is also an unusual keyboard color scheme for this era. The brick. Popular praise for the portable desktop. What? That is weird. So it's got like ports on the bottom. Strange. Oh my gosh, that thing's horrible. Complete solution for your 9-track 3480 tapes on your PC. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Oh, Adult Chad. Sweet. Later color one. That's nice. Corel Draw. Ooh, hello. It's got it's not Apple branded. It's a Corel Draw branded disk drive? What? If you don't already have a CD-ROM drive, Corel offers a package that includes Corel Draw, a high-performance CD-ROM drive. What? That is a Corel branded Sony Caddy drive? Whoa, that's weird. Okay, for those of you who don't recognize that drive, that's this. This is an Apple CD 150, and that is literally exactly the same drive as this thing, but Corel Draw branded. So that's very weird. But it also has a SCSI controller with it and drivers. Man, that is that's cool. I was not expecting to see that. See, maybe just a Corel sticker. Well, the thing is it's a Corel branded drive. The Corel didn't make it. It's a Sony drive internally, is what it is. So Sony designed the enclosure. Sony designed the internal drive. Sony designed the CD caddy format. Again, like we mentioned earlier in this stream, if there was a new there was a new media format that came out and became popular, Sony probably made it. That was Sony and CDs. But also, hello, Inge Meisel, I'm gonna go with, since it's first time chatting. But yeah, DEC also had the same one. I'm not surprised. Sony made those drives for every company out there. Yeah, there's IBM PS2 ones as well. So, but yeah, oh, that's different. That is a lot of graphics display for a rack mount PC. That's weird. And yeah, we are past the 5 minutes here, so we should probably wrap this up. I'm just gonna quickly flip through the rest of this just because, meh. Drawing tablet. It's weird getting with the later magazines because they're color all the way to the back. On old issues of Byte, man, that's a big fancy ad for a computer company I've never heard of. With the older issues of Byte, you end up with it being black and white about in the back half of it. So Like my YouTube stuff? All right. Thank you. Yeah, didn't end up getting a video done for this week for the first time, I think, since I moved into the office, or at least a good number of months. I've managed to actually get one out every week, but I didn't get it done because of the stupid CD stuff that keeps going on, and then the HP 4Cs that are actually on the table back there, they were kind of driving me crazy. So yeah, didn't end up working out this week. I guess that massive ad didn't work. Nope. Windows meets AI. Ooh, look, there's AI in Windows now. Sweet. Oh, look, if you put your flash drive in an aluminum extruded case, it can be run over by a forklift. Also, what is this? I'm sorry, this is a barcode reader? What? Why? Why is this a barcode reader? I think I've seen these kinds of things before. It's kind of weird. I think that they are meant for you to be able to walk around and like scan barcodes for products and then load them into a computer over serial later, which I don't fully understand the intended workflow of, but I think it stores barcodes, like it'll store up to like 100 or 1,000 of them, I don't know. But yeah, it's weird. I don't know, they don't talk much about the actual barcode reading part of it. Huh. Oh man, I am looking for addresses of manufacturers of CD-ROM players and discs. Could you send me complete information? First off, I get so many comments like that from people who think I'm Google. I mean, I'm like, Byte's not Google either, but Google didn't. Well, actually, what year is this? Google may have existed. June 91. Byte wasn't Google either, or Google did not exist. But I like how they actually did a pretty good job. They gave them some good addresses. LMSI, Laser Magnetic Storage International Co. is one of them, though. And I would very much like to get a hold of them so I can get an LMSI controller for my Philips CM100. But that's not happening. Oh, that's a good ad like right there. Wow. That should be the cover. Why is that not the cover? That's phenomenal. Man. Give them a call, yeah. All right, well, we should wrap this up. That was fun. Yep, Radio Shack still got the back ad on this one. Radio Shack, America's Technology Store. I don't think I've ever seen that logo before. That's weird. Let's see, Chem 4 ad department had bigger art budget than the cover department? This is weird. Yeah, let me get this put away here. How'd the install go? Hasn't changed. Has not changed at all, so it's clearly not working. Yeah, that's broken. Gonna have to figure out some. I don't know. Computers suck. Thank you. I'm a cat. And that has come loose again despite me taking pliers to that. So, all right. Here's how I'm going to solve this. Boop. Power supply off. All right. Well, this was an interesting stream. We didn't really get a whole lot done. We got Aru installed on here, but then it didn't work with the drive, so that's a thing. And if I'm right about the IDE interface being the problem, then it almost certainly would not have worked with this drive that I had off to the side here, because this is a CD-ROM only drive. So it's guaranteed to be IDE as well, especially being iOmega. I mean, did iOmega even last into the SATA error? So yeah. But yep, it was all side quests. Yeah, entirely 100% side quests. Man, why wasn't there a video yesterday? Because there was the CD nonsense is burrowed into my skull again, unfortunately, because people kept asking me questions about it, and I had to keep doing research, which just brought up old wounds about it. So yeah, we're doing CD stuff again. even though it won't end up making it into a video. That's why I was hoping this weekend to get it out of my system. Feel like some progress was being made. And then the scanner stuff I just showed you back there, I was trying to do a video about an HP 4C scanner, and I bought a second one on eBay, and it was delivered, and I opened it from the box from eBay. Well, not from eBay, from the eBay seller, in the video, thinking like, all right, we're going to do this. We're going to use a completely different scanner, and it's going to finally work. And then the scanner was destroyed in shipping. And I've been waiting to try and hear back from the seller. They haven't contacted me. So now I'm trying to decide whether or not it's worth just keeping it and eating the cost and then not having a potentially functional 4C, or if I should just try and fix it using parts from the two of them, even though one of them is known broken and this one is now unknown condition altogether. So yeah, right now I'm leaning towards the latter part. So Paul Guy, the CD drive works in Linux, but it doesn't support all of the direct low-level read commands, it seems, that are needed for ARU. So, and it's probably because of the USB IDE interface being weird, and on Linux extra weird. So yeah, ripping through a USB IDE drive may be a different thing entirely. So anyway, this has all been a big nightmare. The QX9650 system, toast. That really sucks. I could potentially swap out the power supply. Did we actually? Oh, it tried to make a file system on that thing, so that install is now officially nuked. It's frustrating that actually swapping the power supply in that probably would have been a time save compared to this system, but oh well. I thought this was going to be the easy solution. This has been very annoying. Oh well. But yeah, tomorrow we'll pick up this somehow. I don't know how. I might do some research tonight on getting something working, installed, blah. I don't know. In the morning on a different computer, I may also just install onto that flash drive. No idea. Power supplies are all terrible, so yep. But gonna wrap this up. Went a little longer than I wanted to. Well, the QX9650 should probably just be take out the power supply, put it in a different one. There's not really a whole lot to it. I mean, just swapping the power supply. So yeah. Imagine how many fruitless streams there'd be if there was a programming channel. Probably 0, because I'm actually a much better programmer than this. So yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and start running the outro. Because, yeah. That's the intro. There's C. Nope, it's broken now. All right, hold on. Boom. That's the outro. Yeah. Wait, why? Stop it. Outro. Thank you. Okay. Thank you all for being here. This stream was a lot of wheel spinning, unfortunately. Didn't even rip a single disc. Again with the archiving not working well. This is becoming quite frustrating, actually, for me. So yeah, thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for the suggestions and stuff. I think in the end the answer is the hardware's all terrible. So yeah, but that is it. Gonna wrap this up here. If you guys enjoyed this, I'm surprised. If you want to follow the Twitch channel, you can get more notified about streams and stuff. If you are watching this on YouTube, then you can subscribe for future VODs. If you want to help support the channel, you can sub on Twitch. You can become a Patreon supporter, or you can buy a t-shirt. But that is it for the moment, and I will see you next time.